I might well, quand you are Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. All right, blessing of the Sabbath. Barak Yahweh Bashem Yahusha Yashurai Natamanawa Hashabach Bashalawam the Wada Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, Sophia. Y'all can I read everything? The Aliyah Ma'ah Shavaya Makad, Psalms 121. Anya Rayam Ayam Yimya Oh Haryam Mayan Yabawa Izarye Yabawa Mayahawe Shashat Shemayim Warataza La Yanathan Lamawat Regalia Yala Yanawam Shashua Marka Hana La Yanawam Wala Yeshan Shashua Yashibale Yahweh Shemaria Yahweh Tazali Ayo Yet Yim Yet Yawamam Nashamash La Hakaye Wayarak La Baliyale Yahweh Yashamaria Makab Rai Yashma Napashya Yahweh Yashma Habalakya Wabawa Aya my fat wa I Bulam Basham Yahweh for what a man.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yasharella, hear O Israel. Shema Yasharella, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharella, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharella, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayat, Shemke, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Taba'at, Rotazawanka, Hayat, Aisha, Baratazat, Kat, Bashemayim, Latam Lacham, Yawam, Zak, Wasalak Nawa, Kabawat Nawa, Kasalak Nawa, Kabawat Yanawa, Wala'at, Abiyar Nawa, O, Lasayawan, Above, Hawashai Nawa, Murai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Ha'ala, Wataparat, Wa'iwalam, Aman.
Matthew 6 and 9. After this manner therefore pray, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Aisha Rabba tells us what? The Ten Commandments. La'ad, Yahayat, Lakad, Alahayim, Akarim, Alpanyat, La'ad, Thaishad, Lakad, Paso, Wala'ad, Thaibadam, La'ad, Talakwaka, Shamwat, Yahawat, Alahayaka, Lashawat, Zakar, Ath, Hayawam, Hashabath, La Kodashwat, Kabad, Abiyaka, Wa Amaka, La'at, Daratazak, La'at, Tana'at, La'at, Daganat, La'at, Ta'inat, Shakur, La'at, Bakhamad, Ko, Asharat, Lara'ika, Aman.
Exodus 22. I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or in the likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visit iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor daughter, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and holiday. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen.
Amen. You shall be seated. Barakati Yahweh, Bashimi Hawashai, Asharanat and Anawa, Paria, Gapan, Tawada Aman. La Yahweh, Bashimi Hawashai, Ath Yashara. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panyua Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakata Yahweh, Hagado, Rakawam, Abiya, Wanawa, Aliyawan, Malak, Shamayim, Warataza, Waka, Dabarian, Kayayim, Wagam, Hamashiach, Mayahawe, Rawanawe, Habnawe, Hapalab, Yawaitaza, Yahawashai, Zakarnawe, Yahawe, Bartazawan, Aimke, Yash Allah, Izarnawe, Bana, Wasa, Yash Allah, O Nanawe, Yam Yan, Naita, Kayawumyam, Makudam, Babakusha, Shalak, Mike Allah, Watazwatak, Alahayim, La Maganawa, Rapharnawa, Washamak, Elnawa, Bakur, Shalak, Haruka, Shau, Yahweh Shai, Lanawa, Lala Madnawa, Rabiim, Kakamath, Tabawana, Wada Aif, Shau, the Barka, Basham, Yahweh Shai, the Wada, Them Yed, Why Walam, Aman. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living. And also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel. Most high, we beg you right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Latamanawa, Hatawarat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Latamanawa, Awar, Lara Awath. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Latamanawa, Karan, Hayo, La Korab, Ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakatha Yahweh,
Barakta Yahweh,
Bashim Yahweh Shai,
Hashem Yahushua,
Ashrev,
Asherah,
Nathan Lanawa,
Nathanael,
Hasheman,
Hasheman,
Zayef,
Zayah,
Lamashak,
Lamashah,
Yash Alep,
Yashua.
Yeshua. You see this? Okay, so Shalom Yasharella. So Shalom everyone that's here in Philly. Shalom everybody watching us on live stream. Shalom everyone listening in on teleconference. Welcome to Ashrela Kanas, or the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the descendants of slaves, as well as the indigenous peoples found throughout the Americas mainly, but also scattered abroad, make up the southern and northern kingdom of the 12 tribes of Israel. And that we as a people fall to the lowest estate, economically, religiously, politically, by breaking the laws of God found in the Bible, given to us by Moses. And they become at its lowest state that we fall into by turning back these commandments we broke, by following our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ, or Adawan Yinawa, Yahushua HaMashiach. And one way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath day holy from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. We know we just came out of the Feast of Tabernacles, but we're still in that season, even though that final day was when the sun set Friday at sundown, right? Whenever that sundown may have been for you, wherever you are in the earth. So now we keep the regular Sabbath from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. And as our particular branch of Christ does, we go into a Sabbath service. Today our reading is going to be II Esdras, chapters 11 and 12. Once again, II Esdras 11 and 12 is going to be our reading for today. And my name is Nabia Zerbabal. I have the distinct privilege and pleasure of going through the service today and providing edification, at least as far as I'm able. Just write down for your records that today, according to the Gregorian calendar, is October the 7th, 2023. But now remember, according to our calendar, since we know the feast just ended Friday sundown, that means that we have to be in the 7th month and the 23rd day. And we know that because the feast began the 15th day or the 14th day of sundown. And we know the last day was the 8th day, which is a full week later. So you add 7 to that, you get the 22nd day of sundown. That will be the beginning of the 8th day since the feast began. So that means that Thursday sundown, when we kept the closing service, that would have been the 22nd day of the 7th month. So that means as soon as the sun set on Friday, we've been in the 23rd day of the month. So you can use the new moon and other holy days to figure out what day of the month that you're in. I always say a good practice when you take notes or put down notes, even for personal things, whether it would be for your work or things at home. When you date things, date them in the Hebrew as well, just as a regular practice that we'll get used to telling time how we used to do it uh, according to the law, according to the timeless wisdom of the Most High. So to pick up where we left off, we know we've been dealing with our forefather Ezra, right? Or as you see spelled here, Esdras. He's been fasting before the Most High as he's been shown more and more insights, shown more and more visions, like the one we had here with the sister who came to him and was talking about how she's going to go out into this place in the wilderness and just live out the rest of her days due to her mourning and suffering, due to the loss of her son during the time of his wedding. And Ezra went to exhort her, right? To say, look, we as a nation are suffering, and we need you live and ready. We need you to be active, part of the nation, not just out here, right? Because other folks need you. Even though you can actually help folks, as opposed to just going out here by yourself. And then it became revealed that was a vision, and how that was a symbolic of Israel and the state they were in and what they had to overcome, given the things they'd suffered. So now we're going to get into more visions. You'll see in the title here, I have eagle-eyed vision. If you read in the description, I put some notes in there that touch on just some key points, some key things to know when it comes to this vision he's going to have. And for anyone that's familiar, we know when it comes to the nation of Esau, who's going to be the focus when it comes to this vision, and we read other scriptures, we see how he's oftentimes referred to as an eagle. Just like you'll see Israel referred to as like an ox as a nation, or certain tribes be likened unto a certain animal, right? Like Judah for a lion, or Naphtali likened unto like a deer, right? We know when it comes to Esau, they tend to be likened unto an eagle. So the fact that this vision that Ezra is going to be shown is an eagle is one clue amongst many to show us that this is talking about Esau and his rise to power in the last days, which we are still in. So that's what we're going into now. I just want to read this first before we get started, because when it comes to the spirit of prophecy, it's important for us to acknowledge that this is a gift from the Most High. You've probably seen us or other brothers go into certain prophecies about different things, whether it be the class, we might have a video about it or what have you. And just know that as much as we like to study and research things, we may have done that even before we came into the knowledge of the truth about who we are. We might have already been a history buff, and then once we come into the truth, we just take that gift and reassess what we already learned and just align it to the prophecies of the scriptures when it comes to the books we may have looked at. Always realize and acknowledge. And, a brother told me this early on. He said, this isn't just knowledge you take on yourself, right? This is a gift from the Most High, right? You might put the work in to do research and to do book notes and things like that, and sort through different books and just the effort that goes into doing that. But ultimately, it's the Most High that has to allow you to see it. So when it comes to the Most High's gifts in general, not just when it comes to the gift or the spirit of prophecy, right? It's something the Most High can just bestow upon you just like that, but also it could be something the Most High can dispense upon you in time, right? Give it to you in doses and then build you up that way. But in the end, just always realize it's a gift from the Most High, because we can get into trouble if we think it's our own strength that's allowing us to see certain things or have certain insights into visions. And then when you might get into a debate with others that want to maybe discuss things that they were shown and how they may either go along with what you brought out or not, it's an easy place for you to get tempted in your knowledge to get puffed up and to say, oh, that can't be it. No, the breakdown I have is the only breakdown. If anything, let the scriptures speak for themselves. Like the scriptures say in Isaiah 41 and 21, produce your cause, bring forth your strong reason, right? Don't let your time that you spent going into prophecy, or your stature, say whatever camp you may be in, be the thing that you lead with, right? When it comes to you having this gift set of going to certain prophecies, let it be what you stand on as far as what the scriptures say. Let the Most High have the glory when it comes to what you bring out. Let that be the thing that you lead in. Because remember, we're all learning. We all know in part. We all prophesy in part. So just remember that. And, you'll never go wrong. And the Most High will continue to show you even more things. Even if it's not just the gift of prophecy, other gifts as well. But on that topic, let me just get this real quick. So this is 1 Corinthians chapter 12. First Corinthians chapter 12. And I'll start from verse 4. So 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and verse 4 reads, "Now are the diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit." So when we deal on the right-hand path, dealing with the Most High's righteousness, it says there's diversity of gifts. It says they're of the same spirits. They all have the same power source, right? We know those three are significant in the heavens when it comes to the Heavenly Father, His Son, and the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit, where you'll see scriptures that say these are one, meaning what? They agree in one. They're on the same accord. Even though they're different entities, they are in concord one with another. So the gifts, they're all in concord with each other, as they should be. Otherwise, that gift, you have to question, it might come from another source. And if there's questions, I know we just talked about this during the week, during the classes. If there's questions when it comes to, maybe you having a gift when it comes to visions or dreams or prophecy or whatever it might be. If there's a question about who it comes from, right? That's when you know, okay, I need to look at this a bit closer, because remember, you have people that are in the world, people of other nations that have gifts too, right? They may even look like ours, but it's coming from a different place. It's coming from a spirit that's not the Most High. It's coming from a lower spirit, which means, there might be truth in what they're bringing out, and the scripture gives us examples of that. But the source of where they're getting it from, right, is corrupt or it's evil. So the way you know is just by looking at that person, that man or that woman, and saying, okay, what are they dealing with to say, or to come to that conclusion, to come to that understanding. Because if they got it according to breaking the laws as far as what their practices are, that's where you have to look at that vision or sign or ability, whatever they have, and just kind of look at it and scrutinize it, right? So that's part of the test as well, as far as making sure that we stay rooted in the scriptures. We may say others in the world that may call upon other gods, right? Call upon other sources of power, and then seem to move ahead. So once again, 1 Corinthians 12 and 4, now there are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. Then it says, and there are diversities of administrations, but the same Lord. And there are diversities of operations, but it is the same God which worketh all in all, right? So when it comes to our branch, other branches of Christ that are out there that are teaching the truth, the whole idea is what? We may have different methods as far as how we may teach the truth, right? Whether it be through music, through teaching, right? Through artwork, right? Whatever it might be. And, different arts and crafts, right? The key is that what? We agree when it comes to the principles of the truth, right? That we are Most High's chosen people, that we're under a curse for breaking his laws, like we discussed earlier, that Christ is looking to come back to save his people that are here in the Americas and scattered abroad. We want to make sure when it comes to the milk that we agree on those things in principle. And then allow the methods to be wide and varied, right? When it comes to how we may bring this truth out, right? That's what makes the truth beautiful. Now it says, but the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal. So the thing is to be profitable when it comes to operating in the Holy Spirit, when it comes to developing the spiritual gifts. Like we see with our forefather Ezra, him being shown the gift of prophecy, which we're going to see in this list. It says in verse 8, for to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom. It says to another the word of knowledge by the same Spirit, right? So having the wisdom of the scriptures to know what God's will is, to be able to speak on it, or you might have the knowledge when it comes to knowing where to go in the scriptures to find certain things, right? Or know where to research certain things, right? All by that same Spirit. Let those things work together, right? Whether it be one person having both, or one person having one, and the other one person having the other, and being strong in the other. Let them work together by that same Spirit. It says, to another, faith by the same Spirit. So one of our key fruits of the Spirit, faith, even considered a spiritual gift. It says, to another, the gifts of healing by the same Spirit, right? So being able to heal, right? Be it through physical means, mental means, or even spiritual means, right? We know we've seen different examples of healing when it comes to our Lord and Savior, how he healed in all ways, right? Then it says in verse 10, to another, the working of miracles, right? Which we've seen even in the Old Testament, as well as the New Testament time frame. Because why? Even in the Old Testament, they were dealing with the same Spirit that they were dealing with in the New Testament, that we're dealing with even now to this day, right? It's all the same Spirit, even going back to Genesis. It's only in the world that people make this big distinction between, as it's titled, the Old Testament versus the New Testament, like as if, the whole story or the whole, mode of operation just totally changed over with it. That's not true, right? If anything, when we talk about the Testament, it's really just dealing with what we do to atone in order to what? Receive those good graces from God. Whereas before it was through animals and their blood being shed, whereas now we do go through Christ and his blood being shed to atone for our sins. We've even done the classes on that, showing the difference between the Old and New Covenant and the Old and New Testament, and what those mean, and which one we're in currently as far as both, and how they're different, howbeit related. There's a lot of confusion that comes in there. So yeah, all the same Spirit, whether it was then or now. Then it says to another, prophecy, right? That's what we're kind of tapping into now as far as when we go into this breakdown. Then it says, when I say a breakdown, I mean for, 2 Esdras 11 and 12. It says, to another, discerning of spirits, to another, diverse kinds of tongues, to another, the interpretation of tongues. It's named discerning of spirits, to where you can look at somebody and pretty much see their spirit as far as not only what they're about, but why they're about it, right? Sometimes you might gain this through, questions and then watching their response as far as reading body language. Sometimes, depending on the brother's gift or the sister's gift, they can just see the whole spirit, right, without any of that. Sometimes the discerning of spirits might just be, just a thing where you kind of see it through your sight. Other times you might feel it through emotion. You might feel their emotional state, but then you might have to do investigation as far as, why they might feel that way. So it could be manifested in different ways, right? As far as that discerning of spirits. And then when it comes to diverse kinds of tongues and interpretation of tongues, that's going to us being familiar when it comes to speaking different languages, right? And being able to interpret those languages. These languages being what? Spoken languages of the earth that we've spoken, as far as we may have grown up learning in whatever region we may be at, right? Whether it's here in the West or anywhere else in the world, right? So it's not what they talk about when they talk about the gift of tongues, these different denominations of so-called Christianity, right? Which that itself is its own topic that we go into. But we go into Acts chapter 2, for example, they were speaking tongues that they were taught to speak from a young age, from all different regions they were scattered at, right? Which, goes all the way back to the Tower of Babel as far as the Most High wanting the nations to spread out, and then using that mean of different tongues to do so. Because at that time, they wanted to bring every nation together under one banner, right? Which we see Esau trying to carry that out now, even in these times. Not learn the lessons of Cush and how the nation of Cush tried to do that back then. So that's the tongues it's talking about here. But now it says in verse 11, but all these worketh that one and that self-same Spirit, it says, dividing to every man severally as he will, right? It's like we emphasized earlier and we can't emphasize enough. It's a gift from God that we're able to break these things down and be able to have these powers, these abilities to do these things, right? it has to be the Most High's choice to allow you or to give that to you. And to go with 1 Corinthians 12, 4, and I'll read down to 12, and then I'll get the other place we can read about this. So 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 4 to 12. You could also go to Romans. Let me read verse 12 first, and I'll get Romans. So 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 12. It says, for as the body is one and have many members, and all the members of that one body, being many, are one body, so also is Christ. So you look at the physical body, you got hands, you got elbows, you got arms, you got legs, right? You got chests, you got back, right? You got a head, right? You have parts of the head, right? Ears, eyes, nose. All these things play their purpose within that full body. The feet, the toes on the feet, right? So some parts of the body you may not look at as significant, but no, the whole body is there to do its purpose. Whether it be your pinky toe that you think is not so useful to, your head, which has your brain, right? All these things matter, right, for their purpose. So the same way when it comes to spiritual gifts, we know certain spiritual gifts tend to be a bit more showy, right? You might tend to see them a lot more, like say when it comes to like teaching and things like that. But you have other gifts too that we need not look as cast to the side. They may not be as showy, but they're just as important. Like we talk about operations and administrations, like people might be good when it comes to how to organize and things like that, right? And how to arrange people, arrange work that needs to get done, right? That's an important spiritual gift too, but it may not get as much attention as a gift that is more out there, is more out in the open that you might see, as opposed to one that's more so behind the scenes. They all work together, and they're all important. They all play their purpose. Or I should say, play their role, fulfill their purpose. So Romans chapter 12. I'm going to start from 4 here. So Romans chapter 12 and verse 4, where we see Paul giving the same exhortation that he gave in 1 Corinthians 12 to our brothers and sisters in Rome. It says, for as we have many members in one body, it says, and all members have not the same office. Verse 5, so we being many are one body in Christ, or Mashiach, and every one members one of another. And it says in verse 6, having then gifts differing according to the grace that is given unto us, whether prophecy, let us prophesy according to the proportion of faith, or ministry, let us wait on our ministering, or he that teacheth on teaching, right? So we see prophecy mentioned again, ministry, right? Which goes into like serving others, right? To helping others, helps. It says, or he that teacheth on teaching, right? Another gift, like I said, one we kind of see a lot because that's how we learn a lot of times, through someone teaching us. It says, or he that exhorteth on exhortation. So just being one to kind of rile the troops up, to get folks encouraged, to get folks going when they're down and out. Let's not even take that lightly either, right? It says, he that giveth, let him do it with simplicity. He that ruleth, right? So those who are charitable, right, when it comes to giveth, those that are ruleth, that are good when it comes to order, right? These different fruits of the Spirit, but these also works as gifts too. It says, with diligence, and he that showeth mercy with cheerfulness, right? So these are all different things we want to make sure that we manifest for the goodness of what? The edification of the body, right? And the whole body, right? When it comes to our nation. So Romans 12, 4 to 8, and then one more in Ephesians. But you can read on, it goes into more stuff, but I just want to touch on that part. So Ephesians chapter 4. So yeah, we're the real superheroes, right? Because Deuteronomy 7 and 6 says, that we're above all people upon the face of the earth. And that's what the prefix super means. It just means above, right? Just like we see with certain superheroes, they talk about the responsibility that comes with power, and having power, right? The scriptures give us that guideline on how to exercise that power to where we use it to help others as opposed to just show our own strength. And we see even with the worldly heroes we read about in comic books, and we see in movies, we read about in books, and hear about, listening to, you see them go through similar experiences, right? Depending on however the author wants to write them. Well, that they'll have to learn about, whether they realize it or not, the importance of the fruit of the Spirit, the importance of character when it comes to whatever gifts, whatever talents they may possess. Otherwise, they become a supervillain. And we don't want that. That can happen too if we're not careful. Okay, can't find Ephesians. There we go. So Ephesians chapter 4. And then I'll start from verse 4. So Ephesians chapter 4, verse 4. It's kind of ironic. All these 1 Corinthians 12, Romans 12, Ephesians 4, they all start with the fourth verse as far as going into this topic. It says, there is one body and one spirit, even as ye are called in one hope of your calling. Then it says in verse 5, one Lord, one faith, one baptism. Then it says, one God and Father of all, who is above all, and through all, and in you all. Right? It says, but unto every one of us is given grace according to the measure of the gift of the Mashiach. Right? As we already read. Then it says, wherefore he said, when he ascended up on high, he led captivity captive and gave gifts unto men. Now that he ascended, what is it but that he also descended first into the lower parts of the earth, right? Just talking about him going into the grave and dying, but then being resurrected. He that descended is the same also that ascended up far above all heavens, that he might fill all things, right? Or fulfill all things. Because remember, that was something he told his disciples while being with them during his ministry. I must die, but then I'll be raised again. And they heard him, but until it actually happened, that's when it really clicked a lot of times for them. We read the stories in the Gospels. And then reading on, it says, and he gave some apostles, it says, and some prophets, and some evangelists, and some pastors and teachers. It says, for the perfecting of the saints, and for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Christ. Then it says, till we all come in the unity of the faith and the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ. And then as it goes on, you can read down, but you could just stop in 12. But yeah, just the importance of us realizing that this is a gift. Any ability we may have that we can use towards the edifying of the body, which is the people, the 12 tribes. And we know that our work is complete until we warn all of them, the hope being at least that some of them come in, as Paul writes in his letter to the church in Corinth. Because we know we can't save everybody, unfortunately, but we can warn everybody. And the hope being that in that process, we find those that need the warning, and amongst them, those that are called into the truth will come in. So that's the work laid out before us, to go out there and to be fishers of the men and women of Israel. All right, so with those things said, let's now go into 2 Esdras chapter 11, and if the wife allow me to read that. But definitely just continue to study those, like we talk about during the classes too. Consider yourself and say, what part of the body am I in Christ, right? What gifts and talents do I currently have? What gifts and talents do I want to have? How can I use the ones I have currently to edify the body? And how can I get into increasing my gifts in other ways to help out the body of Christ, right? These are things we should always be looking at, things we should always be considering. as you read on in the scriptures, we'll see how our forefathers used their gifts to edify the people. So now, 2 Esdras chapter 11, in verse 1, it says, "Then saw I a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle which had 12 feathered wings," it says, "and 3 heads." Right? So now, like I said earlier, just make sure you have your pen and papers out. And then also, folks that are watching online, I put certain key details in the description of the video. You want to check there in case you wanted to review and make sure you didn't miss anything. But in there, I'm pretty much going to outline who these are. So this is similar to how we talk about when we go into the 7 heads and the 10 horns, right? That John saw in his vision, that Daniel saw in his, right? This vision is connected to those, but it's going very specific into Esau's rise to power, namely as the Romans. But now, when we go into these 12 feathers, just make sure you put in your notes that these 12 feathers are referring to the 12 Caesars, right? Caesars being the name that they were called their leaders when the Romans came into power, after them as the Greeks fell to power. So you had 2 kingdoms, same nation, but different kingdoms, right? The Greeks who had their time, like we read about in the Maccabees, and then them falling out of grace, and then the Romans becoming the ones that come into power after them. So it's more so focused into them and their rise to power, and a little bit even to their fall from grace, and then their rising back again, like we see what's happening now. Because technically, those 4 beasts that Daniel saw, we're still in that 4th beast. It just fell away for a little bit during what they call the Dark Ages, and then it came back over these last couple centuries. That's why you see so many similarities when you look at the American style of government, the British style of government, the French style of government, the Spanish style of government, etc., etc. You see how they have very similar features when you compare it back to how ancient Rome and how they did their thing. But yeah, so there are 12 Caesars. So I want to name them now. Just want to make sure I write down what we just discussed. 1 second. I guess I'll strike these things through. I'll keep them, but I'll get rid of them later.
And 3 heads? You didn't say 3 heads yet, right?
Right. All right. So we have 1 Corinthians 12, 4 to 12 about the spiritual gifts. Just make sure I have this. Romans 12, 4 to 8, and then Ephesians 4, verses 4 to 12. Chapter 4, verses 4 to 12. So now, the first of the Caesars, right? You just put down Julius. So number 1, once again, is Julius. And I have the years here too, so you can kind of cross-reference this, because when it comes to the prophecy, the time frame is important. Sometimes it might be a more general understanding of the time frame. Sometimes we can narrow it down specifically, just based on how solid the records we have on hand. But you'd be surprised how many things are preserved when it comes to records. Not only our records, like the scriptures, but even of the other nations, where we can use that, where people want to gainsay the Bible, but then they want to look at the records of other nations and say, oh yeah, we'll trust this, you know. So they say, oh, a man wrote the Bible, but it's like, yeah, but man wrote everything else that you believe in. So, you know, how you distinguish one from the other, right? What makes one resource better than the other, right? We're all flesh and blood, right? Nationality doesn't matter, right? And that's where they get stuck. They get caught in there. They got caught in their own hypocrisy. So Julius ruled from 49 BC to 44 BC. Or you might see it as BCE today, which just means before the Common Era. But it's still using Christ as a fixture to say, okay, we count before the time of Christ and after the time of Christ. Even though we might change what the acronym stands for, you know. And you have AD, which is comes from the term Anno Domini, which just means year of our Lord. So they still use the time of Christ as, BC and AD, even still. As much as they want to try to, talk around Christ, cover his face up, etc., which we'll touch on scriptures dealing with that too. So once again, number 1, Julius from 49 BC to 44 BC. And number 2 is Augustus season. You just write Augustus. And then just put in your, next to that, you just put Luke chapter 2 and verse 1. Just show the Bible talks about him and events that were happening in Israel during that time. And Augustus, he ruled from 44 BC to 14 AD. So 44 BC to 14 AD. That's Augustus season. Once again, you have to write this down as practice, but if you do miss anything, just check the description. I put these years in the description of the video if you want to review for later. Number 3, Tiberius. Once again, number 3, Tiberius. If you guys need me to spell their name too, that are here or that are watching, just let us know. We'll spell it out. And shalom to all the brothers and sisters that are watching. I see. Let's see. Emma and Edwin Shivers, Latawab, Shalom, Andrea Watson, Shalom Ashar Shabbat, Craig Everidge, Shalom Ashar Shabbat, Bless Ratazian, TV Molly Doubt, I think that's Ahawab, Shalom, Nacham, Shalom, Amataziah, Josiah, Shalom, The Righteous Kingdom, Shalom, I believe that's Zukamalak. Listen with your mind, Shalom, as well as Princess Sharai, Shalom. Shalom, everybody, Shar Shabbat. And I had opening prayers here for a little while. I've had this, if you guys don't know, it just means Ashar Shabbat Yasharella. That's what I have in the title here in the Hebrew, in case this is the first time you guys are looking or watching. So with Tiberius Caesar, you can write down Luke chapter 3 and verse 1 next to him, where he's mentioned there. But now Tiberius, he's number 3. He was from 14 AD to 37 AD. So he would have been the Caesar that was in charge ultimately during the time of our Lord and Savior's crucifixion, because we know he died around that time, right? Within that span of time. Now, number 4, we probably heard about this one, right? He's pretty infamous even now, right? When we talk about the Roman Caesars. Number 4 is Caligula. Right? So Caligula is number 4. Even made a movie about that guy. And yeah, that's not for all audiences. So Caligula, 37 AD to 41 AD. It's funny because I think in the beginning of that movie, they have a Bible verse that shows up right before they start getting into all different crazy stuff that Caligula was doing and that he allowed during his rule. But they had the scripture where it quotes the verse where it says, I think they quoted in Mark where it says, "And what shall profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" I just thought that was kind of funny that they start the movie off with that verse. And you watch that the movie they did about Caligula.
I saw it back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
The lines of people going up to see.
So number 5 is Claudius. Once again, Claudius is number 4. I mean, number 5 is Claudius. Number 4 is Caligula. Number 5 is Claudius. He was 41 AD to 54 AD. Once again, Claudius, 41 AD to 54 AD. Then you have number 6, who he's another famous one you probably hear about a lot. Number 6 is Nero. right? So Nero, he was 54 AD to 68 AD. And then number 7 was Galba, Galba. The name sounds weird. Galba, 68 AD to 69 AD. Pretty short reign. And then number 8 is Otho, Otho. You can put just 69 AD for him. And then we have number 9, Vitellius, which is Vitae, Vite, and then 2 L's, Ius. Vitellius, he was 69 AD as well. So, man, that sounds like a year of history to check out, right? That's like, we see like in a history here in America or any other country where you have like different struggles for power. You might have different assassination attempts or leaders that die mysteriously because there's like a jockey for power. So the fact that you had these this many rulers just within that 1 year really should have us take a look at what happened in 70 AD, which we know there's a significant event that's going to happen in 70 AD around that time frame, because the number 10 Caesar is Vespasian, which we should be familiar with him when we go into the prophecy about Jerusalem's destruction, right? Happening in 70 AD. But number 10 on this list is Vespasian, VE, and then Spasian. Vespasian, he's the 10th of these feathers. Or I should say feathered wings. So he was from 69 to 79. 69 AD to 79 AD is when he reigned. And then number 11, some of us might remember, who was Vespasian's son. They made a movie about him too. Khan. Brother in the audience said Titus. Titus is number 11. He ruled from 79 AD to 81 AD. You always read about the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. We oftentimes quote the book that the brother Rudolph R. Windsor wrote from Babylon to Timbuktu. Page 83, I think it's either 83 or 84. He goes into this history and refers to Vespasian and his son Titus being the ones that were in command when Jerusalem was destroyed. So his son Titus was there, I guess, assisting him, helping him out, being the next one that was next in line to rule, which we see what happened about 10 years or so later. So Titus was 79 AD to 81 AD. I have to watch the Titus movie. I didn't see it, but I know it's I just remember the cover for it. It looks like Anthony Hopkins, the actor from the UK. Looks like he has like blue war paint on his face. He's wearing a helmet, but he has like blue paint on his face. Looks like. I think he's the one that plays Titus in that movie. So 79 AD to 81 AD, and then finally we got number 12 as far as this grouping of Caesars. This is a Domitian. So that's Domitian. So Domitian. He ruled from 81 AD to 96 AD. So once again, Julius, number 1, 49 BC to 44 BC. Number 2, Augustus. We linked Luke chapter 2, verse 1, 44 BC to 14 AD. Tiberius, who's referenced in Luke chapter 3 and verse 1, from 14 AD to 37 AD. Then we got Caligula, number 4, 37 AD to 41 AD. And we got 5, Claudius, 41 AD to 54 AD. Number 6, Nero, 54 AD to 68 AD. Number 7, Galba, 68 AD to 69 AD. Otho, OTHO, number 8, Otho, 69 AD. Then we had number 9, Vitellius, 69 AD as well. Then we had number 10, Vespasian, 69 AD to 79 AD. Then we had number 11, Titus, 79 AD to 81 AD. And then number 12, Domitian, 81 AD to 96 AD. And then, like you mentioned earlier, Yakanan, for when you read verse 1 again, where it says, "Then I saw a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle which had 12 feathered wings." It says, "and 3 heads." Remember, it's talking about their government in its entirety. As you go through the prophecy, it's going to talk about aspects of it as it goes through different changes, right? The 3 heads that we're going to be talking about that are significant are the same ones you read about in Daniel as well, right? But just write down for your notes too. You have the 12 heads, which are 12 Caesars. But then the 3 heads that we're going to be looking at is going to be the British, or the British, and that's you can put next to that. That's the head that's in the midst.
The 12 heads of Caesar. Right. What else is it?
The 3 heads are the British, and that's the head in the midst. In his vision, he sees this eagle that's got 3 heads, but has one that's in the middle. It's kind of predominant over the others.
Is it British?
Mm-hmm. As we go on, we'll get details about that. So that's the head in the midst. Then we've got the French, and we also have the Spanish. Those are the other 2. It's so interesting how you look back then and how, when starting off, they were just part of the Roman Empire, but it would be for a time appointed that they would rise up to prominence in the latter times, right? Because back when the Roman Empire was first getting going, right, the center of power was mainly focused in Italy and Rome, right? But then you had different provinces of Rome. Back then, I think France was just known as Gaul, right? But then Spain was known as Hispania. That's where the old name comes from, and then it became known also as the Iberian Peninsula much later. But Hispania, as well as Gaul, were just provinces of the Roman Empire. But now they would take root as we go through the time of the Roman Empire, to its fall, to its re-rising during the time of what we call the Renaissance, where they came back into power over the last couple centuries. And the role that those provinces would play, but in the current times that we're in now. So, like that famous quote, right, that they always accredit to Shakespeare: "All the world the stage," right, and the men and women merely players. We know, like any good story, you have a certain characters you see in the beginning, and like in the first act of a story, you say, oh, okay, who's this person? Why are they significant? Okay, they had a line here or there, but the focus is on another person. But then you get to Act 2 and Act 3, sometimes those side characters, they become the main character. You go, oh wow, what happened between then and now? I didn't suspect this person was going to do that. Or sometimes you might have a clue depending on how they wrote the play or the story. You say, okay, yeah, I had a feeling so-and-so was cooking something up. So now it's their turn to kind of take the center stage or to make a name for themselves. So that's pretty much how our history goes. But let's continue on reading about the vision. So Let me read verse 2 now. So that's 2 Esdras 11 and 1. Now I'm in verse 2. You know what? Let me see. Yeah, I'll pull that in a second. So it says, and I saw, and behold, she spread her wings over all the earth, and all the winds of the air blew on her, and were gathered together. Right? It's just going into her spreading her wings out, right? Literally and proverbially, right? As far as them having dominance. And it says, and I beheld, and out of her feathers there grew other contrary feathers, and they became little feathers and small, right? And we'll get into to those as we read down, right? So just sit tight. We'll get to those in a minute, because that's going to go into the Roman Empire and towards the latter time of her reign, right? It says, but her heads were at rest, and the head of the midst was greater than the other, yet rested it with the residue, right? And like we already touched on the one that's in the midst, that being the British, and then you have the other two, which represent the French and the Spanish. At least as we know them in the latter times. But back then they were known as Hispania and Gaul. But like I said, they would have their day. But much later, after many events, it says, moreover, I beheld, and lo, the eagle flew with her feathers and reigned upon the earth, and over them that dwelt therein, right? Because it was their time to rule. Just like the Greeks, Esau as the Greeks before them, just like Elam as the Medes and the Persians before them, and Madai, which were the Medes, just like the Cush as the Babylonians before them.
Mm-hmm. And also you can see the representation of the eagle all throughout history, you know, with the same people.
Yeah.
Right? The German use it, the French use it. So it's the same repetitiveness of that same eagle.
Absolutely. This is a very important. We're going to touch on that too as we go down. It's a very important to use when we go out there and teach, because you'll see that pushback a lot of times when we're out there at camp, or even when we talk to people individually about the truth, and they'll say, "Yeah, that's the white man's book. That's the so-called white. That's his book. How can you trust in that?" But then we say there clearly has to be a force that's in charge, that's stronger than him, because if this was his book, and if he's the one that took this and knew what to take out, what to leave in, why didn't he change his spots, right? If he's the leopard, why didn't he change his spots to be something else? Why is he still following this script to a T? And according to this, he's still going to lose in the end as well, right? Why is that through line so consistent, like you were bringing out, throughout all those different families of Esau, right? Why didn't he just change it to another animal, or change what it says here, right? It's because he's not the supreme power, even though people might think, okay, physically, yeah, he's the strongest, but there's a power that's above him. But a lot of folks don't see it that way. Just think, and the scriptures even talk about that too. They're going to wonder after the beast representing his government, saying, who can make war with him, right? Look at his army. Look how he has things on control when it comes to trade, right? And when it comes to politics, he can just bribe different, politicians, whether it's here or other countries, and just buy them out or just hurt them and then get away with it. Who can stop this guy?
Right. And that's saying this is a white man's book. This is also a control narrative that Esau, piggyback on, that people gonna have that reaction once they read the scripture. Because whoever control history, right? Because history is the precursor to now and the future. So in their attempt, they gonna try to use all the tactics that they can use, right, to control history, even though they cannot control the Bible, but they can control different things that people say, different perception that people are gonna have about history.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head, Kahan. Change the perception, right? So they can't get rid of Christ, but we can change the perception around Christ. What he looked like, who he came for, how his mannerisms are. But the power of Christ, the power of the Spirit of Christ itself, that can't be done away with, because that's tied into everything. Us, the other nations, the creation as a whole, right? It's all connected to Christ.
Right.
So like you said, they can't control, they can't get rid of him, but they can try to influence people as far as how they view him.
Right. And that's why we have the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages meaning there's no documentation whatsoever, because there was another people around the Dark Ages, quote unquote, that was ruling, that they don't want you to know about. So since it's dark, there was no development, no scientific development whatsoever. You know, everything was pretty much dormant. And then you have the Renaissance when the so-called white men bounce back again.
Right.
This is all control.
A very convenient narrative, I agree. But the prophecies of the prophecy of the scripture is going to clear up what that time period was, right? They won't say the dark ages in the scriptures, but that time period is described very specifically, right? As far as what it is and how it pertains to Esau and him falling out of grace, him falling out of influence over his empire and then gaining it back again. It's really interesting to really consider it from a holistic perspective. You know, the fact they even had the Most High gave them that power to get it back, because when it comes to most empires, once they fall, that's it. Once other people come over and take it over, and either they take on their name and take on their likeness, that's pretty much it. But to show the Most High's power, he said, no, I'm going to give these guys one more chance to bandstand, right? To become the main folks, just to show my power in the end. Just to show how all the people are going to be deceived by them and think that they're the ones. And I want to come in and show you the world. Nope. It was always about my people, not about these people. These people I made to be the villain of the story. I made these guys to be despised, the enemy. But my people, the underdog, right, the one who's coming back for the comeback, he's the one that I've been dealing with. So it's going to take so many people by surprise how the Most High is going to have these events turn out. But the focus here being on Esau when it comes to this vision. Let's continue on. Let's see. So write this down too. And once again, just looking for folks. I saw some folks that joined in since we've been talking, right? See the watch list kind of going up and down. If you guys just need a context what we're talking about these Caesars and these heads, right? These wings, etc. Just check out the description in the video. I have the outline there, so I'm pretty much reading from that outline. But real quick, let's just get Daniel chapter 7. And we're going to read verses 7 and 8, just to get some more insight into those 3 heads. So hold 2 Esdras 11. Go on to Daniel real quick, chapter 7. I'm going to read verses 7 and 8. So Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7, it reads, after this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, who's going to be the focus of what we're reading about right now in 2 Esdras chapters 11 and also 12, even though it's going to be using a different animal, but still talking about these same people. It says, and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it, and it was diverse from all other beasts that were before it. It says, and it had 10 horns. So now these 10 horns, right? Because remember, this beast pretty much has 7 heads and 10 horns. The focus we're going to see with this eagle is going to be focusing on 3 of those in particular, as well as other rulers that it started out with, hence the Caesars. But these 10 horns are pretty much talking about what we see now with Esau's government, where we have the 7 main heads, right, that make up what they call like the UN, right, or the UN Security Council, namely, as far as like the Edomite nations that have like the most strength, whether it be economics, military, etc. But then you have the 10 horns, which represent now what is called the EU, but initially when they first set it up, I think after World War I going into World War II, they had what they call the EEC, which is the European Economic Community. So you pretty much have like the chief empires that are part of what they now call the European Union, that were the chief contributors when it came to, politics, economics, when it came to production of different things, right? So from then till now, you've had different countries get added on, removed, right? But when you go into when it was first set up, it had 10. So yeah, the EEC, which would end up becoming the European Union. So those countries are kind of the ones that look to the more dominant countries like the British, the French, the Spanish, right? Those three heads. But then ultimately America, who's the one who's stronger than all of them, right? She's I can read in other visions. She's that woman that rides on top of this beast, right? So you'll see her depicted that way. So it's pretty much going into the styling as far as how Esau is fashioned his world government, right? And all his different pieces of it. But now it says in verse 8, I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, it says, in a mouth speaking great things. Right? So that's part of that vision. These 3 horns with the one that came up against them. These are going to be the ones we focus on. But these 3, once again, I mentioned before, the British, the French, and the Spanish. And this is tying into what we see in more recent history with what they call the Revolutionary War, right? If you look at what happened here, let me be more specific, because it's more than one Revolutionary War, right? The American Revolutionary War, let me be more specific. Because what you had here in the Americas is what? A jockey for power amongst more than just 3, but there were 3 ones that kind of had the strongest stake when it comes to establishing this country. And that was the British having colonies here, the French having colonies here, and then the Spanish. But now amongst those 3, it ended up being the British to be the ones that predominantly control the ruling and the governing of this land. But even still, with those other countries like the French and the Spanish, you get other countries that fought for different things too, especially along the East Coast. Just look at the names of cities, the names of certain streets and monuments when you go to certain places throughout North America, and you'll see, just based on that name, who are the ones that pretty much had claim to that place initially, even though the British went out in the end. That's why you go to like the Southeast, right, part of America, you'll see a lot of places that have French names. When you go like to the West Coast, you'll see a lot of the cities and monuments and things like that have Spanish names. You'll see a mixture of that throughout the Northeast and throughout the Midwest. But that'll let you know, okay, who landed their flag here first. And sometimes the name stays. Even you might have another branch of Esau come in and say, no, we're going to be the ones that dominate. When you go into the Maccabees, for example, we see that too, right? During the time of the Greeks, it was 4 main branches, right, as far as Alexander's generals. Then as time goes on, one might take over one part, and then that becomes theirs, and then the other one rises up and takes it back. So it's just, war amongst themselves, right? You don't hear the term a lot, but if we were to give it a name, we would say, today, white on white crime, right? Because they're always going to talk about black on black crime. It's like, what about white on white crime, right? So-called. People say, what's that? It's like, okay, let's go into some big examples. World War I, World War II, right? Look at how much more damage was caused, not only to between each other, but then how it affected everybody, since they're the strong arms in the world. But when they go to war, it's like it's supposed to happen. We go to war. Any dark nation fights amongst themselves. It's considered, oh, look at them, they're so barbarous, they're so backwards. And it's just like, no, Esau, we're all just following your lead. Unless as Israel, we follow the Most High in Christ's lead. So it's just more hypocrisy.
Right. So what you're saying is correct. It's like America is not just by itself. It's just an offshoot of the British. Mm-hmm. Right. So the 3 major power that is being exposed here are the French, Spaniard, and the British Empire. And that's correct. What the scripture says.
Mm-hmm. And it's so heavy because this was written years ago. People want to say, oh, it's the white man's book, it's plagiarized, this, that, and the third. It's just like, you just don't know how to read it. And even if you wanted to, the Spirit hasn't shown you what it's saying, right? That's why I started off with the spiritual gifts, because for us to even know this, for Daniel to write this, to Ezra to write down the vision and what it means, these are all gifts that the Most High blessed us with and blessed our forefathers with to be able to see this before it happened. Even for us to be able to make sense of it, since now it's part of our past, and then be able to, through the same Spirit, be able to see, okay, where things are headed. You know, it's a gift from the Most High. It's not just, oh yeah, I put my brick in and did my research, just that and the third. That's a part of it, but the Most High still has to be the one to unlock the mind to be able to see it, whether it be us or it be even the other nations too. Con. So yeah, so the three heads here, based on Daniel 7 verses 7 and 8, are the French, Spanish, and British. And just write down your notes. We had the what? We had three pretty much different wars, right? That we see manifest themselves. We had the Spanish-American War, right? That continued even after the Revolutionary War. We also had the French-American War as well. So, if you guys are U.S. history buffs, you know that those wars were their own wars, even though they're kind of overshadowed by the Revolutionary War, which was mainly, you know, America trying to establish itself against the British. But still, there's other territories that the Spanish and French were trying to hold on to. So they had their own wars associated with them, right? Some of it taking place in the Americas. Sometimes it even took place in the Caribbean to a certain extent, right? So you remember remember the Alamo and stuff like that going into war, the Spanish-American War. But you look at those different wars, you'll see what was happening there. Whether it was like around where Texas is, or like going towards the southeast, we still had those French colonies, and you go into like what they call like the Louisiana Purchase, right, where Louisiana needed up to King Louis over in France, and they're jockeying for power, and pretty much what they agreed to when it came to, all right, we'll allow you to have this land, just give us this certain sum of money, but give us access to this, right? So it's all Esau, pretty much different families, different gangs of Esau, just going to war with each other, trying to figure out how they're gonna dice up the pie, right? That is the Americas and all the promise that it provides, from the land to the people that were here, and those that they brought over here that were really our people, just under that curse. The Most High using them and their conflict as a means to punish us. So yeah, it really gets you to look at history from a different lens when you have to look at the prophecy the Most High has happened. So just write down these dates too, and I forgot to grab the book. If yeah, because someone can grab the camp bag real quick from out of there. I just want to grab a book and just use the cover. This is a visual aid real quick. So not the one with the flyers, but it should be the one that has the camp books. So not the flyer bag, but the book bag. So long as well in your notes. The other one. So 1776, right? You can say America celebrates Independence Day, right?
76.
Mm-hmm. So you can put America's in quotes independence. All right, the water. So America celebrates its independence. So write that, or America's quote unquote independence. Oh, you know what? My bad. It is in the other one. I forgot. The first one you had. My mistake. After you write that down, because I put in the front flap. And then after that, you can write down, all right, the water. 1783, which is King George finally defeated by America. Or you say King George loses. Yeah, you guys saying certain Edomites use that. They always refer to that as like the point they want to go back to America where things were the right way, before America was taken over by the world elite. But we know from its inception, according to the prophecy, America was doomed for failure from the beginning, regardless. But Esau that knows that how corrupt their own people are, they hate to hear that, because in their mind they still want to keep America going. They think America has a fighting chance as long as America rights her wrongs. But it's gonna be a big pill to swallow. So yeah, King George defeated by America actually in finally losing officially in 1783. And I like to always make this reference. We always have this at camp. We'll bring it out sometimes, but this is the famous book that brothers reference on different occasions. Nature Knows No Caroline by J.A. Rogers. You see the stickers on there that says Camp Fuse only, right? So those get mixed up with other books. But if you notice the woman on this cover, I think there might be a picture of her inside here too. But this is Queen Charlotte Sophia. I think they just made a TV show about her too, right? But now she was actually a sister, but living in Germany, because remember we were taken to different places and we had been scattered, and we were actually already over there, and all of us weren't taken out right away. You still have remnants of us that were in different countries like Germany, like Spain, like France even, right? Germany being part of the 7 heads and the 10 horns, but namely the 7 heads, because they will play a significant role too from the time of the Romans, from their fall during the so-called Dark Ages, even to the time when they would come back into power. Yes, here we go. It says at the top, an ancestress of George VI of England, and then the caption at the bottom here, it says Queen Charlotte Sophia, consort of George III. That was the George we're talking about. That was empowered during the Revolutionary War that lost, and how America, came into power for itself, and not just being a colony. This is in grandmother Queen Victoria from a portrait by Thomas Fry, and they cite the year being the late 18th century, or 1719 to 1762. So she was a German princess, right? So remember, we have the Germany, the country, then you also have different peoples that were there at different times. So when you use the 5 W's, you can navigate history a bit easier, because you can say, okay, where are we talking about? Okay, if it was that time period, the who was these people, right? And then you can look at, okay, what they were doing as far as how they were governing, what rules they were using to govern themselves. But yeah, just interesting history there, and it's funny because they got, I'm not sure I could look into the actress, but if you look at it, if someone look at the actress, you would say, oh, she looks like a Black American, right? Or a so-called Black person. But I don't know. So there's so many people that you'll see, you think of Israel, but you look on their father's side, you realize, oh, okay, their mom is Israel, or their mom is a dark nation, but then on their father's side, they're Edomite. So, they'll pass as one of us, but you look into their father's side, because the seed determines your nationality. It's not the case. See a TV show, you see, you go, oh, wait a minute, they got a sister playing Charlotte Sophia, because she was. And for you folks from North Carolina, you probably know the city Charlotte down there was named after her. So Charlotte, North Carolina, named after Queen Charlotte Sophia, who I just showed you guys. All right, so let's continue on in the scriptures. Just want to kind of show that real quick. So we're talking about how the Romans came to be, how they fell, and how they came back. And then the top 3 countries amongst Esau's empire, how they fight with each other. So let's go back to 2 Esdras chapter 11. I think I read 5 last. I'm going to read verse 6. It says, and I saw that all things under heaven were subject unto her, and no man spake against her, no, not one creature upon earth. It says, so it's kind of like I said, it's like what we were talking about before with the power that they had, that no one's looking to make conflict with her, right, or go against her, because how they strong on everybody with their power. This is in verse 7. I beheld, and lo, the eagle rose up upon her talons, and spake to her feathers, saying, watch not all at once, sleep every one in his own place, and watch by course. But let the heads be preserved for the last. So that's explained what we were talking about before. That's why I mentioned the three heads referring to the British, the French, and the Spanish, right? The French being the one being in the middle. The other ones are going to be preserved until the last, right? Which is like the time they're in right now, towards the end of their empire, right? But then when it says, watch not all at once, sleep everyone in his own place, and watch by course, just going into what? Each one kind of having its time, having its day. You could say rulership by succession, if you will. So each one kind of has their time in the sun. But not until the more recent history that we're in now, we will see the conflict that we're talking right now as far as the Revolutionary War and things like that.
Right. And this is clearly America. When we read in verse 6, no one dared to say anything against it because they have more military bases under their control around the world. Right? They control about 750 bases in 80 countries around the world. Right? So that's how they spread their wings. And if you dare to say anything, they say we got the nukes.
Right. Come. We just had this summer, right? Big blockbuster movie, right? Talking about the Oppenheimer movie, right? Going to one of the mighty men of Esau, right? That had a hand in building it. They even had references to Einstein in there too, kind of like here and there, as far as like the work he put in, before Oppenheimer's time to develop the nuclear power. But they always had that thing where they say, well, they really designed it to help people, right? To change society. But then it's always those warmongers, right, that go against the scientists and take their talents and efforts and then turn it into a war machine, But it's destined to happen that way, regardless of whatever the scientists wanted to do. They show them kind of going through, I guess kind of a PTSD of sorts, or like a regret in the movie, like, what have I done? I've created a monster, like Frankenstein's monster. I've created a monster, I really wanted to develop this for this reason, but now now the military's in here. Now they're going to take it over and turn it into something that's going to, cause all types of harm. And then you see how heartbroken Esau was in the movie when they dropped them and used them on Ammon, the so-called Japanese, with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? To kind of set the stage. Everybody sees that. The Japanese and the countries all around the world saw that and just kind of and did verse 6, I don't want no, I don't want no parts of this. But the nations are getting restless from other Edomite nations to other dark nations. They're getting tired of saying, you know what, I don't care, or we're going to figure out a way to get our own, so we can at least defend ourselves, at least to a certain extent. But for the most part, the nations are quiet, not at peace, but at quiet because, I think in old times, during Theodore Roosevelt's presidency. Right, because I think he was the president during, the Spanish-American War, which was like right around like the early, going from like the 1800s to the 1900s. They had like this thing called gunboat diplomacy, right, where Theodore Roosevelt would go to a country, I think down there in the Caribbean somewhere, and to kind of negotiate certain things. And then they said they would have the gunboat right there in the on the coast, with the cannons facing towards the city, saying, look, we're negotiating, but in the end, you better do it our way, because if not, we're going to light your ass up, for lack of better words. So it became like a thing in the political commentary back then. They said gunboat diplomacy, which is not real diplomacy. It's just you're a bully, you're a strong arm. Do things our way, set up trade this way. You have these raw materials that your country makes. We want them for this. We want our companies in here to do this with your raw materials. If you don't let us do that, yeah, we got a gunboat out here. So the nukes pretty much replaced the gunboat. The gunboat's still there, but now we got a nuke that's even worse.
It's like, first it was wax. Next thing you got machetes, with stones, and now you got gunpowder.
Yeah.
And now you got nuclear weapons. So once they dropped that, they said that's it. So you got to hand over everything.
Yeah.
Right. So now we got the gunpowder, we got the nuclear power. Now we're gonna crush you, with our money. We're gonna establish our money as the world reserve currency, and if you mess with it, we'll drop a bomb on you.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is Esau, man. This is who he is. He was always meant to be this way. Just come to peace with that, because ultimately it's the Most High's will. Because we can look at Esau and say, "Oh my God, look at these guys. Oh, look how they were back then. Look how they are now. Look at these guys." But now remember, you go back into the Bible, it's like, oh, well, I can't get too frustrated, because the Most High made them to be the villain that they are. The Most High wrote the script that well, For you to hate these people that much. And even you got their own people coming out talking about, I hate me. I hate who I am. I hate my leaders, right? From the politicians to the CEOs to I hate them all. To the religious leaders, how they get caught up with all different scandals, right, of different kind. My own people are the problem. We said, they got to shut us down, this, that, and the third, cancel us. Well, they themselves come out and say it. Their own scholars, their own notable ones, they get to really say, what's going on here? These guys really are on their last leg. But yeah, just to go with verse 6, just want to read this real quick. This is Revelations 13. So just link this with 11 and 6. Revelation 13. I'm read 3 and 4. It's Revelation chapter 13 and verse 3. It says, "And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast." So this head that was wounded to death and deadly wound being healed is talking about the Roman Empire falling, but then it coming back into power again, right? And establishing itself. Because it looked like they were taken out. And look at those years too as we go on. But it says that his wound was healed. That's like what we were talking about earlier. Like me and the other cons were talking about the rise of the we call it not the revolution, the Renaissance in Europe, where you got the Spanish taking out those that were there, call themselves Moors a lot of times, and then pushing them out, either killing them, sending them down to West Africa, like a place like Morocco, for example, and then being sold into slavery eventually after that. And you had that happening in France. You had it happening in all countries. But they couldn't get everybody, so you had still remnants of us that were ruling in Europe during the Dark Ages, so quote unquote Dark Ages, that were still remaining. Just like you saw, like with us, you still had northern tribes that were still in Judea, even in Galilee during the time of the New Testament. Not in large numbers, but you still had some of us that were left behind. So you had that even during the time of the Renaissance, some of us that still remained, because it didn't just all happen at once. That's where verse 7 comes in. Verse 8, where it says, sleep everyone in his own place and watch by course. So it kind of happened in dispensations, different places. It wasn't just like overnight. Okay, boom, get him out of here. No, it happened like in progressions.
That's where all countries now start to look up to that rise of the Roman Empire. Right? Start emulate them as the superpower. Because now they become the model, to follow after.
Right.
Oh, you were saying about how they're gonna say they don't like their governments and all that stuff, and what happened in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Ecclesiastes 41 and 7. The children will complain of an ungodly father, because they shall be reproached for his sake.
Okay.
So, yeah, so modern day people, modern day Edomites, and so on and so forth, talk about their past. Their forefathers were evil and so on and so forth, and they'd be blamed for it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that, it was a sad thing. Slavery was evil, but they still benefited for it, but they're talking about how bad it was.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not going to give up their riches.
That's good. Ecclesiastes 41:7. Yep, because the scriptures let us know, who will bear those burdens. Oftentimes, however our parents or grandparents live, we'll grow up in that environment that they planted for us. Now, we won't get judged for their actions as their own soul, but we'll definitely deal with the ramifications of their decisions. We'll grow up, with resources or without. But then you go far enough, long enough in your ancestry, it will be you, just as a different person. Same spirit, but a different body, right? Remember, a soul being a combination of a spirit and a body. So we talk about in the scriptures, say, for example, John the Baptist, say, versus Elijah, right? There were different souls, a soul being a body and a spirit combination. They were the same spirit, but they were different body. So that was Ecclesiastes 41:7, but let me finish Revelations 13:3-4. So I read 3, this is verse 4. It says, this is all going along with the 2 Esdras 11:6. It says, and they worship the dragon which gave power unto the beast, like you were just talking about, right? About them emulating the Roman Empire and how they do their things. It says, and they worship the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? See that? For the same reason. Because with the Romans, it's not ironic that in Daniel's vision too, that they're likened unto iron, right? Going to the strength that iron has, right? Which we know iron begat steel, where steel is like, one of the hardest substances known. So it's like going into how tough they are to stop and how powerful the Most High will make them. But let's go back to Esdras, 2 Esdras 11. Just want to read those, just to kind of get some context behind verse 7 and 8. So for number 9, in verse 9, it says, but let the heads be prepared for the last. It just means the heads to rule further in the future, which we already discussed the French, the Spanish, and the British. But now, as you read on in sorry, to make sure I have this in my notes right. Future heads. So now in verse 10, it reads, and I beheld, and lo, the voice went not out of her heads, but from the midst of her body. And I numbered her contrary feathers, and behold, there were 8 of them. So let's get into this next group. Now going kind of back in time to the Romans before they took root, but now going into, they were called the, you can write this down, that the, when it says the 8 feathers, just write down that equals the lesser emperors. So the 12 feathers being 12 Caesars we touched on earlier. This group is going to be what they call like the lesser emperors. So now, get your pen and paper again. I'm going to go through this list now and go into when they ruled. So once again, these 8 feathers represent the lesser emperors. So now, number 1 on this list, and you'll see the years pick up where we left off in number 12 with Domitian. So number 1 is Nerva, which is spelled N-E-R-A. I mean N-E-R-V-A. Like instead of nervous, just switch the us with the A. So Nerva. Nerva was from 96 AD to 98 AD. Number 2 was Trajan. So like Trojan, but switch the O to an A. Trajan Trajan was 98 AD to 117 AD. Number 3, Hadrian, like Adrian, but with the H in front. Hadrian.
So H like Adrian, like the Rocky Adrian, but she's A, right? But Adrian is the guy name, right?
Right. I think the one that the female version is supposed to be Adrienne, I think, like Adrienne. But depending on the parents, they might spell it the wrong way or a different way, or however. But this is Hadrian. Typically, you see that without the H is usually the more masculine way of spelling it. Typically.
Hadrian.
AN.
Okay. Who did it?
117 AD to 138 AD. So 117 AD to 138 AD. And most of these names, you can look up on Wikipedia, and they'll have them in succession, and they'll have like different details about them in history. That as you go through it, you can start seeing, how they correlate with the prophecies that are in the scriptures. So that's number 3. Number 4 is Antonius Pius. So we get the name Anthony, Antonius, or like Anton. So Antonius Pius.
P-I-A-S?
No, P-I-U-S.
Like Father Pius, or the Pope or something like that, or some priest.
Yeah, those names might be cognates. I have to look up Pius and Pius with an O, see if they're cognates with each other. I'm not sure. So 138 AD to 161 AD.
What is that again?
These are the lesser emperors. So we have the first 12. We already went to those 12 Caesars. Now we're going to the 8 lesser emperors. That's who these 8 feathers are. So it's these 2 groups that are the focus of this prophecy. So that's number 4. And I'll go over them again at the end just to make sure you guys have them. And once again, folks who just joined us or just watching, just looking at your description, you'll see these names listed, as well as the years that they reigned, if you need to double check what I'm saying, or what I'm saying you're not sure how to spell it. So I'm trying to spell the ones that are weird, but you might have questions about other ones, how they're spelled too. So some of you might have heard of this one, number 5 on this list. You hear about Esau talking about him a lot. Marcus Aurelius.
Oh, Marcus Aurelius. They love that.
Mm-hmm. They try to say that he tried to restore Rome to its old glory, but at this point it was too late.
Oh, there we go. I gotta look that up.
So Marcus Aurelius. So you know how to spell Marcus. Aurelius is A-U-R-E-L and then I-U-S. He was 161 AD to 180 AD. So 161 AD to 180 AD. Yeah, you see like certain professors. I've seen like these old videos, but people upload them. I think he's the one who wrote that book that they still reference now. I think it's called Meditations. That was called. I think that was him. Meditations. Yeah, that's him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they oftentimes will take things he said, and he had some wise things to say. But once again, it was like trying to prevent a ship from sinking that was already on fire, But yeah, you'll see them kind of make videos about him now and try to take away things he was talking about. And I think you guys might remember, he's supposed to be the old man that they depicted from, was it Gladiator in the beginning?
Who's that? Yeah, but I think the name ring a bell, right?
Yeah, because that movie is like loosely based on history. They changed certain things, but he was actually a real figure. He's the one that told Russell Crowe's character Maximus. He said, "You're the son that I never had." Yeah.
Sometimes Marcus Aurelius.
And then this is hold on, what's it called? Oh, I think they have her referenced in I guess in Bridgerton. So yeah, this is this Bridgerton show. Let me see. Am I sharing this? Hold on. Let me share this too. So if you guys have watched the Bridgerton, people getting into that and that whole craze about the English royal family, they got a spin-off show about Charlotte Sophia where they got a sister playing her, which is actually accurate. It's not like they're just trying to meet the diversity mark. It's like there's a plenty of history you can go into that's diverse enough. They'll say, we're tired of them changing people around and making this person, Moab when it's supposed to be Esau, or making this person Elam when it's supposed to be Esau. But it's actually not far-fetched when it comes to her. Here's another depiction of Charlotte Sophia as well. You can kind of see her features. But yeah, it's like a show that's on right now. I'm not sure what season it's in, but yeah, they got her playing King George III's wife, and she, like I said, she was the one who was, she was the wife of King George III when we were fighting during the time of I'll say America was fighting during the time of the Revolutionary War. The American Revolutionary War. I keep saying Revolutionary War. I mean to say American Revolutionary War.
Yeah, one of his children is Marcus Aurelius. Here it is. One of his children is Commodus.
Yeah, we're going to get to him in a second.
Oh, okay.
He's actually number 7. So after Marcus Aurelius, who's number 5, number 6 on our lesser emperors list, that's Lucius Verus. So Lucius, Lucias, and Verus, Veras. And he was 161 to 169 AD. So don't get confused by those years. I think when you go into the history, they had like a joint rulership. But then Lucius Verus kind of fell out, and then Marcus Aurelius remained to rule in those years afterwards. You might see the years overlapping. Now, number 7 is Commodus, depicted by Joaquin Phoenix, right? The actor, the one who just played the Joker movie they just did not too long ago. He's the guy who played Commodus in the Gladiator movie back in 2000.
They did pretty good because it's Marcus Aurelius, his son Commodus. Okay, so that's biological correct.
Mm-hmm. And then he reigned from 180 AD. It's just the Maximus part. They twisted that part up, right? So he was from 180 AD to 192 AD. Uh-oh. Getting to a familiar year, right? That brothers have been bringing out as far as the brothers go into the history. So 180 AD to 192 AD was Commodus. He's number 7. And then we have number 8, which number 8's an interesting one, but you can just put down 193 AD for him. This was Pertinax. Pertinax, and he was 193 AD. And see, even here in the prophecy, it stops the lesser emperors around this time frame when it comes to him. Because we know this is where the well, famous amongst Israelites, but now starting to become more clear in the wider understanding in the world. But the figure Septimius Severus, right, who's oftentimes depicted as one of looking like them, or there's not much said about him, but brothers cracked that history open, going into how he was actually one of us, coming out of Carthage, right? Him being the first quote unquote black Caesar, quote unquote, because black's just the color, but I'll say just the Caesar of color, right? And it's funny because you look at the certain statues of him, you'll find paintings of him, right, where you'll see, like here, this is by Ivan van Sertima, another book that brothers reference a lot, just like Nation of the Caroline. This one called African Presence in Early Europe by Ivan van Sertima. And then you go on page 200. Hold on, I got it bookmarked. I thought I did. Yeah, page 224. This going into the one who came into power after this Pertinax here, 193 AD. That's him with an Edomite woman named Domitian and her son, I think, from a previous marriage. But that one on the left is supposed to be the Caesar that came after Pertinax, Septimius Severus. And clear, I think you can see a difference. You don't have to look too hard to see, what he looked like. But remember, just because they're an Israelite or just because they're a Hebrew, doesn't necessarily mean their kingdom is going to be Israel, right? Because he came from Carthage, which you could say was like a Hebrew colony for a good portion of its history. He did have some Hamites there too. It was mostly run by us, but under the government of Carthage. And it's so funny because you go on Wikipedia and look him up. The statues you see of him kind of look funny. Sometimes you'll see a statue where it's like a cut around the head, like almost like they took someone else's head off and then put that head on. You gotta say, okay, what does his head actually look like? Or we had to pull up the coins for him, and you'll see with his coins, he won't have like the smooth face. You'll see him and the Caesars that come after him, some of them being his sons. You see they have the side profile, but then it's like they got that extra curly hair with like the beard. They have the beard too. He used to like to shave off his facial hair, especially those Romans. They didn't do that. Yeah. If you pull up the coins, they'll look different than like the statues they depict. But it's funny when you look up his article. I have to go back there again because Wikipedia sometimes they can make modifications, right? And the article at the top oftentimes will say, this article is being debated because of neutrality issues. If there's like conflicting information people are putting on there, but something that they mentioned in the history, which you can find in primary sources, which should be like a red flag, regardless of like the fake statues they may show. If you don't have to say have access to this. He mentioned that during his reign as Septimius Severus, right, he traveled back to I think Leptis Magna was like the capital down there in Carthage, which is like their empire, which was in like the northern part of Africa, more towards like the northeast part of Africa, like not too far from Egypt. But he says they took pretty much the Hannibal's remains, since he was like a past emperor. He said they pretty much rededicated the grave site and turned it into like a memorial. Like they redid it, like repaved it, made it all nice, like kind of making a museum sort of like we would do today. But they did that to Carthage, and in the place of Carthage, they did a whole memorial for Hannibal, right? Hannibal Barca, that we always see about History Channel as far as the man who almost conquered Rome. So just the fact you see it in history that this Caesar did that has to let you know, like that's like it has to be like a super red flag, right? how can this be? Why would a Roman Caesar, right, go back to Carthage and then rededicate the grave of one of Rome's most dreaded enemies, right? So just like I said, a major clue. You see that history there, to let you know. Oh, okay. It's almost like a way of saying, yeah, Hannibal. We did you one solid. We finished the job. We finished the job. Now Rome is ours, right? From Septimius Severus going forward. But yeah, you look up, like I said, Septimius Severus, you'll see that history that he did there. That he redid. He created like a memorial for Hannibal in Leptis Magna, which was the capital of Carthage. So it was some time later, but hey, because what 183 AD was much later than what the 3rd century BC, which is when the Punic Wars were going on, right? That we always reference when we talk about Leo Scipio Africanus, right? So yeah, so that's the last lesser head. So once again, we have Nerva, 96 AD to 98 AD. We have Trajan, 98 AD to 117 AD. We have Hadrian, 117 AD to 138 AD. We have Antonius Pius, 138 AD to 161 AD. We have Marcus Aurelius, 161 AD to 180 AD. We have Lucius Verus, who ruled with him for a period, but then dies, 161 AD to 169 AD. And then we have Commodus from 180 AD to 192 AD. And then we have Pertinax, which was 193 AD. And then that's where those stop. And then you can also write this down. Well, hold on, let me read on a little bit. Because this Pertinax is going to come up a little bit later as we read on. But let's pick up. We're in verse 11. Let me read on in verse 12. So back in 2nd Esdras 11 and verse 12, it says, "And I looked, and behold, on the right side there arose one feather." It says, "and raised over all the earth." So now for chapter 11 and verse 12, just write down your notes. This is referring to Julius, him kind of being the first official ruler of the Roman Empire. Remember, before that, it was known as a republic. It was the Roman Republic governed by the Senate, right? It's kind of like what you see now, even today, where they talk about the balance of power, right? You don't want the executive branch having too much power over the what do you call it, the legislative branch. You have the judicial branch too. So it's like all three are supposed to check and balance each other. Just like you have the executive branch fighting against the legislature, which is like your Congress. You kind of had that then too. You had the Roman Senate, right? And then you had tribunes who they had set up kind of like representatives today. They were the ones that were in conflict with the head, which was the Caesar or the emperor. And then from Julius's time going forward, you begin to see the emperor kind of take more and more power, even though the Senate was still there. And that's where you'll see where they hold the flags with the eagle on top. You'll see this thing they had where it says SPQR. You'll see those letters. You check out history. And that was a Latin phrase, which pretty much represented that Latin phrase, which stood for, well, I should say acronym. It was Senatus and Populus Romanus. So it literally just means the Senate and the people of Rome. So that's what the SPQR is that you'll see. But the Roman emperor, he would take more power from the time of Julius going forward. And before they had a certain balance, but then more and more they would struggle with each other as you go into, as the Caesars go on.
Right. And you would look at the way the power structure was set up. The emperor pretty much vested power in the parliament or in the Senate, so that they can make decisions that would be in favor of the king or the emperor, or rather than vote him into power. Right? Since it was a kingdom, the emperor would designate the Senate to make laws, but the laws would not be by the people, right? But it would be for the emperor. It's kind of like the same thing that they had in the British Empire,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where the monarch they gave power to the Senate, and they make decision for the king. And that's why we had the colonies had problem with British, because they had no representation, but they were making decision on their behalf without any representation. So when they tax them, that's where they coined that word, you know, taxation without representation.
Right. So here's some references here. You'll see the eagle there even being tied to it, right? Once again, that's who they are, man. You'll see even soccer players wearing it. Look, they got this picture here, what that even means. You got one where he's holding the fasces, another symbol. That's where you get fascism from. That's what this symbol here is on this one. That's they call that a fasces. You get the bundle of sticks with the X wrapped around the X. So that's another symbol you'll see when you see Congress meet up. Anytime they have the State of the Union address, you'll see behind the president, behind the vice president, behind the Speaker of the House. You'll see the same symbol behind them right here in America. Just some visual aids. You'll see certain, you know, so-called white supremacist groups will use this symbol too. So here's an article going into the connection with that and so-called white nationalism. So you are who the Most High is gonna, you know, you are who the Most High made you to be. Right? There's no way around that. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I can pull this up in the same. I guess it won't let me. Yeah, you guys get the idea. I'm gonna check that article out later. That looks interesting. But let's continue on because there's more details we have to cover. So it says, I looked and behold, on the right side there was one feather and reigned over the earth. And I mentioned that to write down your notes that's talking about Julius, right? The first official Roman emperor, even though he was part of a rule by three concept they had called the triumvirate. And it technically would be he who came after him, which would be Augustus. He would be the first Roman emperor to pretty much have that title and have it solely for himself. But Julius was still the beginning. I think we were just talking about him the other night too. I think during the feast about how he was like, you go into the history of Julius, he was jealous over Alexander because Julius was like in his 40s, I think, when he was like the ruling and stuff, and he wanted to go out and expand Rome like on the same level that Alexander did, but it's like he kind of would fall short, right? And he was just be obsessed with Alexander, saying like, I wish I could do what he did, but look all the things that he did, and he was like, he wasn't even 30, like he was still under 30. I'm in my 40s, and I still only conquered a portion of what he had. Like, he had power too, but it wasn't, on the same level as Alexander. So I think he would obsess over it. So, it's kind of like today, you have Esau with these different CEOs. They're like in the shadow of another CEO, maybe in the same industry, or they want to kind of do the same thing that some past CEO did when it came to wealth and money. And it's like, man, I want to be on the same level as this guy, but I feel like I'm still in his shadow. It's like one of those like laws of power they talk about, as far as you want to step in a great man's shoes. You're constantly going to be, compared to that same guy and saying, yeah, you're not the same as so and so. You're not on the same level. It's like you want to carve your own path, right, and be great in that. And if you are going to, come, if you are forced to come into a great man's shoes, you better, surpass him, blow him out the park, and do it in your own way. Otherwise, you'll just be looked at as a copy. You'll be looked at as not as good. And then you just write down this verse too. This is 1 Maccabees chapter 8, and in verse 15. 1 Maccabees 8 and 15, just to show pretty much the Romans and how they governed themselves before they had the emperors come on the scene or the Caesars come on the scene around the time of Julius. This is 1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 15. 1 Maccabees 8 and 15, it reads, Remember, the Romans were around during the time of the Maccabees too. They weren't the top empire, but they were just the up and coming empire. The Greeks were still the dominant empire at this time during the times of the Maccabees. So it says First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 15. It reads, moreover, how they had made themselves a senate house. This is wherein 320 men sat in council daily, consulting always for the people, to the end they might be well ordered. Right? So they said, road to hell paved with good intentions, right? So it started off well, but we know where we end up in the end. Because if you don't have righteousness, then what can you do? It's going to collapse eventually. But just show how it was a rule by many concept, even back here. So when we see Esau doing this now, know where its roots come from, right? And going back to verse 1, we know the subject is here, in case we're wondering. Back in verse 1 of this chapter, it says, First Maccabees 8 and 1. Now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were mighty and valiant men, and such as would lovingly accept all that joined themselves unto them, and made a league of amity with all that came unto them. Right? So this is an attempt to make friends of our enemies, right? If the Most High would allow it, right? So that we can use them as leverage against the constant thorn in the side that the Greeks were. Because they're wishy-washy, right? In one moment, it's like, peace, peace. And then all of a sudden, this is like, nah, get those Jews. We see that when we go throughout the Maccabees. But this is going into, when the Romans were still up and coming. But here in the prophecy, it's talking about now it's time for them to be the top guys now. So just remember that verse in verse 8 and 9, right? When we look at Esau's history, when it says, watch not all at once, sleep everyone in his own place, and watch by course, but let the heads be preserved for the last, right? That second Esdras 11, 8 and 9 is kind of the too long didn't read version of everything we're about to read in these next couple chapters. That's First Maccabees 8, 15, and also verse 1. And we tied it to Julius when it came to second Esdras chapter 11 and verse 12. But let's read on. So second Esdras chapter 11. Now I'm in verse 13. So just write that down real quick. First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 1, and then I read verse 15. So now, verse 13, second Esdras 11 and 13, it says, and so it was that when it rained, and the end of it came, and the place thereof appeared no more. So the next following stood up and reigned and had a great times. Now this verse 13 is talking about Augustus, right? And he's even still revered even to this day as like the top Caesar when you go into it, right? The most prominent Caesar that had like the most rule, the most order, the widest controlled expansion when it came to the Roman Empire. And then during his time, they came up with they had the phrase, was it the Pax Romana? I'm sure you remember reading that, y'all, kind of in your studies. But the Pax Romana was coined during his reign, which is just Latin for the peace of Rome, the Roman peace, right? But established by might, of course, because like this prophecy always told us, by the sword you shall live. But yeah, the Pax Romana was coined during his time. So remember, keep this in mind. This is the angel showing in this vision. Remember, Esdras sees a couple centuries before all this, right? So all the things he's saying is now history to us as we're going through it now. So just keep that in mind, right? To show the power of the Most High, and how everything happens on His watch, regardless of whatever we want to do, or regardless of whatever we want to believe. So reading on. Now I'm in 14. It says, and it happened that when it rained, the end of it came also, like as the first, so that it appeared no more. So Augustus came and went. And remember, Augustus, ironically, remember he was the we saw his years that he reigned, right? It was during his reign that our Lord and Savior was born, right? In the midst of his reign, which the scholars they pinpoint to the year 4 BC. That's what they approximate the time that Christ was born. Which we know he was about 33 years old because it tells us in the Gospels that he was 30 when he began to teach, and that we know that he taught for about 3 years period, right? He laid the foundation for what the disciples would do after that, which was the Acts of the Apostles. But they say he was around 33 years old around the time when he was crucified. But yeah, that was all during I would say his birth was around during the time when Augustus reigned, but his death was going to be number 3, the third Caesar. He would die during his reign. So appeared no more. So verse 15. Then came there a voice unto it and said, Hear thou that hast borne rule over the earth so long, this I say unto thee, before thou beginnest to appear no more, there shall none after thee attain unto thy time, neither unto the half thereof. So look at that. That's more prophecy, like I was saying before. You do history on Augustus Caesar, you'll see he's like the famed Caesar that pretty much had like the widest expansion and the most peace during his reign. So it was like, for all the Caesars that came after, there were plenty. They would never get to that same level that they had at that point. So yeah, that's Caesar Augustus. It says in verse 18, and then arose the third, which the third we know we're talking about Tiberius. It says, and reigned as the other before, and appeared no more also. So you just put down for verse 18 that this is Tiberius. Because you study those three, you pretty much get the beginning, and the beginning of the empire as the Roman Empire, and how strong they were, at least at this time. But then you begin to see slowly but steadily how things would fall apart and not be able to be maintained as the years go on. But once again, the Most High can draw things out. He doesn't necessarily have things fall apart just like that. We even look at the times that we're in now, and we can see how sounds like Kahanas here. We can even look at the times that we're in now and see from a spiritual eye, man, America on her last leg. When will this thing fall down? But kind of Most High can allow it to persist, even though it's on life support. The Romans went through a similar exercise. They would hold on, try to maintain their government for as long as they could.
And also, like the kingdom doesn't come by activation. We got to put up work too.
Right.
It's a combination. It's up to us too. If we just sit there and don't do anything, it's gonna be lagging.
Right. Yeah, we're waiting on Christ, and then Christ is like waiting on y'all. I gave y'all the mission. Go out there and put my word out there, right? For witness unto all nations. At least then, that's a prerequisite. Then I can go to my Father and be like, Father, look, our disciples, those you've given me, they've laid the foundation. So I'm ready when you are. And the Most High, in His infinite wisdom, could sit back and go, yes, my son, I'll let you know when I'm going to send you back. And it's ultimately the Most High's prerogative to decide when it goes down. But the prerequisite is we got to put this word out here and go everywhere. Like we were watching that news article about you see Asher down there in Brazil cheering because he passed some law about, I guess, preserving like traditional like lands that were considered theirs, as far as the indigenous peoples. You see them cheering, you see them like, celebrating with like the Ashers, like working within the Brazilian government. You see, and they stood on there, just like the prophecy, let them be acceptable to their brethren. You get the guys wearing like loincloths, and the women having their chest out and all this other stuff, and with the face paintings and the needles. It's like they might have like some Western clothes on here and there, but you see, they're still not, dealing with the commandments where they're supposed to. So it's like we still got to go down there and warn them. And some of us are down there in South America, but we got to hit that up too. We're already in the Caribbean pretty deep, us and other branches, but we still got to go out there, like you said, and get to those other tribes that are throughout the South America in parts of Central America.
Yeah, like Paquad said a few years back, Jake want to take it over right now, and if they take it over, like what do we do?
Mm-hmm.
You know, just want to take it as like what? Okay, we have this, then how do we run this thing?
Mm-hmm.
Plus also in the Amazon too, after they may got some land or whatever, but then all of a sudden there's some fires there.
Mm-hmm.
You remember when there was some fire just was burning
Mm-hmm.
out,
Mm-hmm.
and they were, they were blaming the president to say what's going on? Get him, stop all of this fire. It's just burning and burning and burning. Maybe somebody just said it.
Mm.
So
The why behind the burning. That's
Huh?
the why behind the burning, right? That's the question.
Yeah, they may get something, but it's just like all of a sudden there's a fire that's going on, a raging fire that's going on down there.
Mm.
And so that's why we gotta flood social media anywhere. I mean, we see it happening already. We are flooding it, right, and putting the word out there. As Christianity gets stronger, we got to get stronger right along.
Right.
Right, because that's one of our main, way of getting out of here. Right, we got to teach. We got to teach, and that's why efforts are being made to suppress the truth. Right, and not allow us to get visibility. Right, on Facebook, in YouTube and things like that. You got to keep pushing, right, and get the word out. Get the word out. And Christianity is not doing our people justice.
It's not. Absolutely.
Right? And it's a religion of all you got to do is just jump, get dumped in the water, right, and lay back. You ain't got to do nothing and just believe. Right. You got to do work. You ain't got to do anything.
Yeah.
Right. So it's convenient, for our people to not do anything regarding the truth, not pick up your cross and keep doing what you got to do.
Exactly. Here's a quick reference for folks. If you just Google Brazil indigenous land rights, this article was published recently in September when they just passed this law for them to have land rights. But once again, we got to get the warning out there to make sure that they're keeping the commandments. Here's an article by The Guardian kind of going into that. There's others as you scroll down, but that's kind of what we're referring to right now as far as what we're talking about. But too true, Christ is waiting on us as well. But back to 2 Esdras 11. Let me pick up the pace because we did the heavy lifting as far as divisions. Now let's try to we're gonna flow a little bit now. Just want to make sure we covered that part at least. So in verse 18, talking about the third Caesar. Then arose the third and reigned as the other before, and appeared no more also. So Titus had his reign too. He was the one that was not Titus, Tiberius, from 14 AD to 37 AD, which during his reign was during the time when Christ was crucified, right? Which would have been around 30 or so AD is when they approximate the time that he was crucified, since he was born around 4 BC. It says, so went it with all the residue one after another, as that everyone reigned, and then appeared no more, right? Then it says in verse 20, then I beheld, and lo, in process of time the feathers that followed stood up upon the right side, that they might rule also with some of them ruled, but within a while they appeared no more. So once again, it's going into the Romans, their ruling style and how it was just like, it could be very haphazard, right? And you see that kind of common theme amongst the different Caesars, where it's just like they may have a son that they want to follow after them, and the son is just bloodthirsty. He's just like, I want to take my dad out of power, before the time, and have the rulership, for myself. Patricize, as they say in the that's where that word comes from, right? Wanted to kill the pater, side being, the killing of, and then pater, which means father. So now verse 21, it says, but for some of them were set up but ruled not, right? That's like what we're talking about as far as the last one, Pertinax. He was kind of like that too. But then also the one that ruled with Marcus Aurelius, the Lucius Verus, the number 6, the one that was in between Marcus Aurelius and his son Commodus. So they kind of fit that characteristic as far as what verse 21 is talking about. You just make a note of that in your notes that Pertinax, as well as what do you call it, and Lucius. Lucius, I think he's auto-typing when I type these Latin names, doesn't like them. Lucius Verus as examples. So that's for 21. Lucius Verus as examples. It's now verse 22. It says, after this I looked, and behold, the 12 feathers appeared no more, nor the 2 little feathers. It says, and there was no more upon the eagle's body, but 3 heads that rested, and 6 little wings. Right? So now it says, then I saw, hold on. Then saw I also the 2 little feathers divide themselves from the 6, and remained under the head that was upon the right side, for the 4 continued in their place. Right? So when it mentions these 2 little feathers divide themselves, right? This goes into, for verse 24. This is talking about the end of the top ruling what do you call it, the last of those 12, which was I'm getting mixed up now. Yeah, so now it's going into pretty much the conflict between the 8 lesser and then the 12 stronger, right? The stronger ones. Because we're talking about the 12, which is the first group, going from Julius to a Domitian, and then we have the next group, which is Nerva, going down to a Pertinax. So now it's jumping forward to the 8 little feathers. So those 2 you can just write down for verse 24 is Pertinax, but then there's also this guy you can write down Didymus Julianus. Because you go do the history, you find that they had like a rule government, even though Pertinax was like the official one. He ruled alongside one called Didymus Julianus, and they kind of ruled together and then tried to hold things together as things were getting really, disquieted when it came to them trying to, hold things together and maintain the rulership during their time. Just put those names, Pertinax and Didymus Julianus, and put rule together. You do the history on them. And then it says, and I beheld, and lo, the feathers that were under the wing thought to set up themselves and to have the rule. Right? It's going to wait a minute. Yeah, so you're just going to them pretty much just trying to set themselves up again under these last 8 feathers, or these late lesser emperors. Just reaffirming that. But now it says in 26, and I beheld, and lo, there was one set up, but shortly it appeared no more. And the second was sooner away than the first. And I beheld, and lo, the 2 that remained thought also in themselves to remain. And when they so thought, behold, there awakened one of the heads that were at rest, namely, it that was in the midst, for that was greater than the other 2 heads. Right? So now when we talk about verse 29, this is going into Sorry, I'm just trying to reconcile what I wrote here in what I have here in my notes. It's not okay. So I think we jumped up here from this point. Yeah. Okay, so for number 29, right? We're going into this is shifting actually talking about when they come back into power after the time when they fell away for a little while, which we would talk about or we would describe as the Dark Ages. But for 29, when it says when they so thought, behold, there awake one of the heads that were at rest. Remember, this goes back to what we're reading about in verse 9, where it says, "Let the heads be prepared for the last." Right. So now we're going into what we saw in more recent history. So this dealing with the British being back, but remember the British before they were Britannia of old, but they just had time. They had their time that they were going to come back into power. It will be much later, but now which is more recent in our more recent past. So even though the old Roman Empire they were there, they were part of the Roman government, but then they'll end up being the main group to take the forefront later on. So that's Britannia of old, just like Gaul was the old France. And then Spain was Hispania, as far as when they were under the Roman rule, just as provinces, but before they'll become the top rulers now and establish themselves. So for 29, you just put the British are back. And then it says you can write the French and the Spanish going out to conquer the quote unquote New World, which the New World was just like a doctrine they used to pretty much get them to leave Europe to go and try to expand, and all the things that came with that expansion, as far as coming to the Americas, even go over to the Far East and deal with them too, but definitely to come and afflict us that were already here in the Americas, as well as take those of us that were still in like parts of Europe and the western coast of Africa and also North Africa, and round us up and bring us into captivity. To join our other tribe brothers who had already come here by ships, but at a different time. Because people try to say, oh, northern tribes aren't Israelites, they didn't come over on the cargo slave ships. But when the scriptures just say ships, we break that down to talk about our tribes that were brought over here to North America and the Caribbean. We say cargo slave ships, but the scriptures says ships. So, and we'll get into that when we get not this Sabbath, but 3 Sabbaths from now. We get the second Esdras 13. We'll go into that prophecy as far as the northern tribes coming here by ships, but much earlier. But it still fits into the prophecy. Just for them, it happened a lot earlier, and the same events that still transpired as far as them being conquered by our enemies, but it's happened in a different dispensation. That's all. But the boxes are still checked off. They'll say, oh, if you didn't come over on cargo slave ships on the transatlantic slave trade, you're not an Israelite. Now that's you talking. It's not the prophecy talking. So make sure that your words align with what the scriptures actually say. But yeah, when we go into second Esdras again, we'll get into that prophecy and show that's true after the time that the northern tribes were in the Assyrian captivity, after they were freed from the Assyrian captivity, which was Tobit. The book of Tobit deals with our people that were in that captivity that were righteous, what they were up against being up there in the Assyrian Empire and being in the capital city of Nineveh. But let's not get ahead. Let's stay here in this prophecy. So right for verse 29 again, that the British are back, and it says, and then write down that the French and Spanish going out to conquer the New World. You put New World in quotes because we know it's not really new. But it was new as far as like what they what the Western powers consider as far as like, the land that's civilized or controlled by them. And Esau did that in times past too. That's you get words like the Berbers or the barbarians, right? That's the label that the Greeks put on the peoples living in North Africa and West Africa and places like that. They just gave them that title of barbarians. They said, oh, they didn't speak Greek. They didn't speak our language. It's just like how they do now with our tribes and other nations when we don't speak just like them. It's, oh, they don't speak the king's English. Oh, they don't know how to speak American. Oh, shame on them. Or the other Edomite families do the same thing. I remember, Khan, you were talking about that too, as far as like with the French down there in Santo Domingo, right? Or San Domingo before, how they'll say, unless you speak, the proper French, you're not considered, cultured or, civilized as far as their terms go. But in the end, who's the real savage? When you look at your behavior, you can try to, picture yourself in your mind and then try to, do yourself up as though you're some sort of civilized. But in the end, your actions are going to speak for who you really are, and the prophecy is going to tell who we all are before it's all said and done. See, that's for verse 29. But let's continue. It says, and I saw that the other two heads were joined with it, once again going into them all choosing to colonize as well and trying to carve their places. Remember, you had other Edomite countries that were trying to do it too. They just didn't get to do it on the same level. Like you saw the Dutch going out there as well, for example, right? Going out to like conquer different places, not only in North America, but even in places in South America as well. But these would be the three ones that would be the ones to do it most and to have the most prominence by it. So now in 31, it says, and behold, the head was turned with them that were with it, and did eat up the two feathers under the wing that would have reigned. It says, but this head put the whole earth in fear and bare rule in it over all those that dwell upon the earth with much oppression, and it had the governance of the world more than all the wings that had before, right? So remember, we had the British, the French, and the Spanish, but then amongst them, you had the notable head that came into power first. And remember, at first, it looked like it was going to be the British, right? They were going to have the top influence. But we know that America eventually would outshine them, right? Because the British, when they had their rulership established, before you get the Dutch East India Company, because the Dutch looked promising, but then the British were the ones to really set things in motion where they said, okay, we're going to have our East India Company as well. And you get that certain phrase that were coined during that time, like, the sun will never set on the British Empire, things like that. Relatively small country, but they had a lot of power and a lot of strong influence. And then you could say it's a prophecy that's like concurrent, that kind of goes along with it. But when we talk about, say, other nations, because people will say, "Oh, you guys act like you're the only people that had slavery," and it's just like, or the only people that were made captives. But it's like, no, you had other nations that were made captive as well, and that was a judgment on them too. But just not like how us and how we went into captivity and the manner in which we went into captivity, and all the exhibits in Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26 don't pertain to those other nations. Some of those aspects do, but not the way that all the different curses do when it comes to us. So you can just write this down as far as just a prophecy when it comes to another nation, Elam, but you can write down Elam being the so-called East Indian. But you can write down Jeremiah 49. Then we read 34 down to 39 real quick. So Jeremiah 49, 34 down to 39. Hold this. We left off in we were at 32, so now I think we left off in 33. So Jeremiah 49. In verse 34, it reads, the word of the Yahweh that came to Jeremiah the prophet against Elam in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah, king of Judah, saying, this is going back to Elam, way back when. This is before they were the top empire. This is back during the time when the Babylonians were still the top empire, but they were next in line, right? They were a powerful empire too, but they hadn't had their chance or their time in the sun as of yet, but it was coming. It says in 35, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, though I will break the bow of Elam, the chief of their might. It says, and upon Elam will I bring the four winds from the four quarters of heaven, and will scare them toward all those winds, and there shall be no nation where the outcast of Elam shall not come. 37, for I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemies, and before them that seek their life, and I will bring evil upon them, even my fierce anger, saith Yahweh, and I will send a sword after them till I have consumed them. So you look at the so-called East Indian, they face this judgment to where you see them not only in the Western Hemisphere, you see them in the Middle East, the Far East, right? We know they're mainly in the Far East, right? That's their headquarters. But you see them spread out, right? Whether they're trying to capitalize off of us that have been scattered too, or just sent there, by their own means. And we know that the British, this notable head between those three, they were they definitely played a part in that as well, to where you go into history as far as the British taking them over. So Mosai can, he can, walk and chew gum at the same time. He can dish out what he has for us, but then also dish out what other nations have coming for them too. Then it says finally in verse 38, and I will set my throne in Elam, and I will destroy from thence the king and the princes, say the Lord. It says in verse 39, but shall come to pass in the latter days that I will bring again the captivity of Elam, saith the Lord. Right? So talking about what them facing what they face even right now. Maybe not as bad as us, definitely not as bad as us, but yeah, they got Esau all up in their face too, right? Using their caste system against them, right? And saying, yes, you guys are embracing the caste system. Let's make it into like a racist thing, right? And now we're gonna oppress you and have you, trying to chase after, our dreams, chase after and make us rich. Whether you're here in the UK, whether you're in some other European country, right? Whether you're over here in Canada, over here in America, right? We're gonna have you trying to live out our dream. Which, not to jump ahead, but we're going to second Esdras. We'll get to that too when we get towards the end, as far as Asia and the different Asian countries. Not just Elam, but the other ones too, trying to model themselves after Babylon, which is Esau, right? In a modern sense, and they're going to face judgment for that. So everyone's got their comeuppance. So that's the people think about the Bible. We're the focus, but even they're in there too, and what they have to face.
And also remember, it was after the French-Indian War that British got tired because they expended themselves too much, and that's when they started to tax the what we know the colonies, right? And so you can see the fight in between the so-called Indians.
Come. So it's right there in your notes. Elam taken by the British, and that the British would conquer them in 1619. But it says, but the Elam would break free from them around 1947, right? That's when they celebrate their independence, right? 1947, their independence from the British, right? As far as Elam goes.
Right, and they said on the colony they were pretty much benefiting on the back of the British fight without contributing anything.
Right. It's so funny you mentioned it. There was a podcast where you had some guys going back and forth about that, and you had Elamite as a guest, and you see him trying to, like, I guess, cover things up and try to change things as if he was like protesting how like so-called Black Americans were, you know, for like civil rights and stuff. And it's just like they're bringing out the history saying, nah, it didn't happen that way. Just like you said. But then he tried to, you know, save face. Just look bad. Oh no, we fought too. It's just like, nah, you not in this case. You didn't. Nah. Yeah, man, the heathens, they just don't got it, man, like how we got it. Even though we went through worse hell, the fact that we still resisted and came out of it and preserved ourselves in that way. It's like the heathen can't really say anything against what we went through. But then when they're compared to us, make sure they compare themselves to us and we do the full-fledged comparison, that's when they always just, you know, they end up becoming silent before the conversation's over because it won't match up. And the truth will just be laid bare that you're just not God's chosen. You know, you don't have that same resilience or that same willingness to fight against insurmountable odds. You rather just stay on the sidelines and just, you know, collect whatever scraps you can get.
Yeah, Esau in America could just kiss 1776 goodbye in this place. 1776 is over.
Yeah, absolutely. The days of glory that never were. Going back to the days of glory that never were days of glory. But back to II Esdras, chapter 11. Just like I said, you can just touch on that history. If you're dealing with Elam, you can go into it specifically, but you can just use that as an example. And people want to use that thing and say, oh, you know, you guys act like you're the only people that went into slavery, went into captivity. We could say, yeah, when it comes to our Bible, we have everyone's in their judgment. The focus just happens to be on us. Where is that in your book? Where is that in your, you know, your holy scriptures? You know, your Quran, your Vedas, right? If you're talking to Elam, right? Your Upanishads, right? Your so-called holy books. Where is the history in there? I can go in your books and maybe find a little something dealing with what is actually in the scriptures, like maybe the flood or something like that. You guys may have some mention of that. Like we can use that and say, okay, that part's useful. But then the rest of it is just, you can't use like how you can use the Bible to fix your life right here and now. The wisdom of the Bible is timeless, whereas with their records, it's always just like stuff in the past and it's not really useful now. Or it's semi-useful, but then it has like flaws in it, things that they tell you to do or say that you're not supposed to. But now this is 2 Esdras 11. Now I'm in 33. It says, and after this I beheld, and lo, the head that was in the midst suddenly appeared no more, like as the wings. It says, but there remained the two heads, which also in like sort ruled upon the earth and over those that dwelt therein. And I beheld, and lo, the head upon the right side devoured it that was upon the left side. So now we're going again to going into fighting amongst each other again. It's talking about the French and the Spanish now being at odds with each other. Because remember the British Empire, they were the top guys, and then they kind of fell to the back burner. But now you got the French and Spanish now having a conflict with each other now at this point, as far as what you read in 11 and 35. So Spanish versus French. And once again, it's talking about Esau that's there, not so much the people that were there during the Dark Ages, right? It's kind of passing that time period, going specifically into the conflicts amongst their nation. And that's what's talking about the kingdom per se. It says in 36, and I heard a voice which said unto me, look before thee and consider the thing that thou seest. 37, I beheld, and lo, as it were, a roaring lion chased out of the wood. And I saw that he sent out a man's voice unto the eagle and said, Salakia. Hear thou, I will talk with thee, and the highest shall say unto thee, art Art not thou it that remainest of the four beasts whom I made to reign in my world, that the end of their times might come through them? Right? Then it says, right, so real quick for the 37, let me just get these real quick before I forget. Because I got overall vision, but I just want to make sure I touch on these different visions and what they mean. So we got this roaring lion, right? Because now we're talking about Christ again coming now out of the scene to speak to these different empires that had their time to reign. But as far as the roaring lion in this context, and it's referring to the Christ within this vision that he's having. You just write down Revelation chapter 5 and verse 5. Which Revelation chapter 5 and verse 5, it reads, and one of the elders said unto me, weep not. It says, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, says the root of David, had prevailed to open a book and to loose the seven seals thereof. It's going to the authority that he has, but see, he's like unto that Lion of the tribe of Judah, and the root of David, going into his lineage on both father and mother side, going back to David, as we see in Matthew chapter 1 and Luke chapter 3. Then, of course, in Genesis, we have the reference to Christ coming out of Judah as well. This is 49. Eight down to 12, of course, being the whole section, but it's emphasis on the lion being used as a symbol, just like how the eagle being used as a symbol to represent Esau. We see Judah being likened to a lion, and then Christ will take on that symbolism as the lion, him coming out of that same family of Judah when he would manifest physically. So Genesis 49, verse 8 down to 12, where it says, Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be at the neck of thine enemies, going into them being taken over, but then them being used when it comes to the upper echelon of those governments. You saw with the old governments, you see with the governments here now, first black this, the first black that, right? When it comes to, economics, politics, et cetera, et cetera. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee, right? As far as them having the preeminence amongst the other tribes, even in captivity. Because remember, it's nothing in the end unless we rule over ourselves. But then it says in verse 9, Judah is a lion's whelp, says that lion reference. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up, a young lion. He stooped down, it says, he coucheth as a lion, right? But then it says, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up, right? Going into, oftentimes, with the leaders of our people, when they get up in years, you see a lot of times they would backslide, they would stop they would kind of celebrate too soon, just kind of go into like recliner mode on the in the lazy boy chair and just say, oh, okay, let's enjoy being in the neck of our enemies as opposed to ruling over our enemies. Instead of possessing the throne, let's just settle for watching it, right? We use that album that Jay-Z and Kanye came out with metaphorically, yeah? Then it says in 10, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, going to the line of kings coming out of them, from David on down. It says until Shiloh come, talking about the Christ. It says unto him shall the gathering of the people be, which we're going to see as you go on in Second Esdras, right? As a response to these different empires and their time in the sun and what they do with it. It says, binding his foal unto the vine and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine and his clothes in the blood of grapes. the first precept going into how he came during his first coming, going into Jerusalem on a donkey, right? That's why it mentions the his ass's colt here, right? When it mentions he washed his garments in wine and his clothes in the blood of grapes, that's dealing more so with his second coming, right? When he comes to shed blood. We were just reading that, I think, not too long ago, too. We're at least referencing it, right? And I think in Isaiah 63, when we go into how he's going to come from the region of Edom with his white garment now being just covered in blood to where it almost appears like it's a red garment. You say, wait a minute, that's a nice, you look close, you go, oh, I thought that was a red garment. That's actually a white garment. But that's all the blood that was shed due to the judgment that Esau has to face in the other nations. And then finally, his eyes shall be red with wine, just like we saw in Daniel's vision, as well as John's vision, his eyes being red with wine. And it says his teeth white with milk. But him being likened to that lion's whelp, that lion. So we go back to II Esdras 11. We see that judgment as far as that voice being called out unto them as they rule, and how what? They're going to have their time, but that time's going to come to an end eventually. So once again, I'll go back to 37 and I'll read on in 38. It says, hear thou, I will talk with thee, and the highest shall say unto thee. Verse 39 again. Art not thou it that remainest of the four beasts whom I made to reign in my world? Right? Like we saw in back in Daniel, right? Whom I made to reign in my world, that the end of their times might come through them. So let me get this. So the link with the also what we're reading here. This is Daniel chapter 7. I'm going to get chapter 7. I'm going to read verse 13. So Daniel chapter 7 and verse 13. It reads, and I saw the night visions, and behold, one like unto the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. So it says the Son of Man, like unto the Son of Man, referring to the Christ or the Mashiach, came with the clouds of heaven, right, referring to the chariots, like we saw even in the Gospels. He talks about himself like this. And came to the Ancient of Days, referring to the Most High, we read above in verse 9. And they brought him near before him. It says, and there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, and all that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which is, rather, in his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Right? So setting him apart from all these other governments, including this eagle that we're going into now. And then here as well, as far as the time frame that we're dealing with, when we talk about these three heads and how they fight with each other, and the one that's in the midst being stronger than the other two, this is Daniel chapter 7 as well. But we'll read 23 and then we'll read to 25. So Daniel 7 and 23, it reads, thus he said, the fourth beast, so this is the same fourth beast they're reading about in II Esdras chapter 11, right, that he's talking about. It says, thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, referring to the Romans, right? Their fall and their rise again, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, right? We read that in II Esdras 11 as well. and shall devour the whole earth, and shall break it down and tread it down and break it in pieces. We read that earlier too in chapter 11 of Second Esdras. Now it says, and the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall rise, talking about the, like we said earlier, the European Economic Community, and then now they usually referred to as the European Union, right? And you've got the those chief nations still apart, even though they may have added some after the fact. When they first were set up, they were 10 in particular. But then it says, and the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall rise. This is another shall arise after them. He shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. So we're reading 2 Esdras 11 is going into this vision, but in a little more detail. We talk about those 3 heads that were notable against the one that's against them, right? And then it says in 25, and he shall speak great words against the Most High. It says, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High. So that's what we're dealing with here in the Americas, right? You got this this kingdom called America now. It says, speaking great words against the Most High. So they're posting all types of things in their laws and their governings, right? In their media, to go against everything that's biblical, right? From how we dress, to who we can marry, to who we can be with, to how we buy and sell, everything you can think of, right? They want to speak great words against, and even against God himself, against his son, as far as what it looks like, as far as God saying he doesn't exist, getting folks to embrace atheism, etc., etc. It's all here. And it says, and wear out the saints of the Most High. It's going into us having a hard-ass time being here in this hell, this modern-day hell that is America, right? To where it's the greatest country, the greatest empire. Everyone wants to come here, but not realizing that, all of America's riches and glory came at a price, using and abusing the Most High's true riches and glory, which is his people. And think to change times and laws. Every time we start a Sabbath or a holy day, we always say, yes, according to their calendar, it's October 7th, right? But then according to our calendar, it's the 7th month and the 23rd day, right? According to them, midnight when the day ends, a new day begins. But according to the Bible, it's when the sun goes down. So I think to change times and laws, that's dealing with as far as the times aspect and the laws aspect. I think I already touched on that. Everything when it comes to laws about how you govern your property, how you govern your own body, how you deal with your fellow neighbor. You see all types of laws they have out here that clearly go against what the Most High has established.
Right. Also, you can take a look at how they speak great word against the Most High by establishing themselves as the Most High.
Yeah.
Right. And how they establish their people in the land of the Most High.
Yeah.
Right. And call their land, their land.
Mm-hmm.
And also they anything that they set it against the Most High. They set their pseudoscience and make it as if it's true science, right? All that is bigging themselves up against the Most High.
That's true.
Establishing pseudoscience as if it's empirical. Everything that they say that's what it is, but we know that's not true. That's again speaking against the Most High. They say we are not the Most High's people. The people that they place in the land, that's their people, right? It's all these things is established themselves against the Most High.
Glad you mentioned that too. So it says, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and dividing a time, which we've done classes on, that going into the time that we'll be here, not knowing who we are in captivity as a whole, whereas we know we come out of that time, but it's talking about the 350-year period. When it says time, that's 1, times is 2, and dividing a time is 0.5 or a half. So you put those together, you get 3.5. In this context here is talking about from 1619, when the first ship came to bring slaves to, was it Jamestown in Virginia, as far as North America? Because you did have them bringing some of us down into the islands before that, but as far as like in North America, that first ship come to North America with slaves was around 1619, 1620, right? You see, they even have a thing they have now, like a research project supposed to go into this called the 1619 Project, right? You see, they name it after that year. So from that time up until 1969, that's what 350 years. So the truth, and we know this just from looking at our recent history, leading up until now. Again, to come out as far as who we are, it was there in spurts here and there. It says in the scriptures prophesying a sackcloth throughout that time period. But it started coming out now as far as us realizing, okay, we're the Jews, we're in captivity. That time didn't really kick off until around 1969, 1970. And it's funny that that's when they had them, doing the moon landing, talking about the eagle has landed. That happened around that same time too, because that ties into the Obadiah prophecy as far as them looking to set their nest among the stars. But we'll read that prophecy too as we go on. But all these things are connected, right? Their rise leading to their fall, our fall leading to our rise, right? So from that time, from 1969, 1970 up until now, slowly but surely we've been waking up more and more and more to who we are, right? To the point that we're at right now, just a little over what, 50 years, right, at this point. So from 350 years, we hit the 400-year mark around 2019, right? So we're over 400 years in captivity here, and hopefully, not too many years are going to go on until that point. I know in Egypt, we were there for 430 years. That point, if we're to match that time to now, that would be the year 2049 for us in this captivity, right? So could we be here until 2049? Sure. Could we get out of here before then? Sure. Could we get out of here after then? Absolutely. Do we know, one or the other? No, we don't. But once again, regardless of when that day is, as Israel, we need to be on our P's and Q's and keep this work going and utilizing our spiritual gifts we talked about in the beginning of the service to further that knowledge and to spread that word, to wake up more and more of our people. I have to always say that because you'll have different groups out there of our people and as well as other nations that'll try to say, yes, we figured out the day. We dug into the deep and dark prophecy and found out that the day is coming back is this date. And then every time they do that, it doesn't happen. And people kind of look at them sideways. And sometimes people will still even go back to them, even after they, made a mistake. And they'll say, oh, yes, I was a misreading in the prophecy, but God is still with me. His spirit is still with me. Please still give me your money and, keep my ministry going, But the scriptures are very clear about us not knowing the day or the hour. All we can do is do comparisons about what happened to the past and see how our current present mirrors the past based on the choices of what we did before and the choices that they made before. That's the best we can do.
Mm-hmm. And I was talking about how the Most High even how the Most High describing as the leopard,
right?
And describing how powerful his army is, right? If you take a look at the characteristic of a leopard, it's very, very, very strong, and they established themselves, and they even made fire come down in heaven, Talking about, when they launched those missiles. So they actually have, the Most High set them up to have great powers in the last days. Right? To the point where they say, who can bring me down?
Exactly. Right. So that was Daniel 7. I read 13 to 14 about Christ, and I read 23 to 25 about this beast that we're reading about in detail here in 2 Esdras 11. So let's go back to 2 Esdras chapter 11. Let's read verse 40 now, where it says, and the fourth came and overcame all the beasts that were past, and had power over the world with great fearfulness, and over the whole compass of the earth with much wicked oppression, right? Emphasis on wicked. And so long time dwelt he upon the earth with deceit, right? Because he's going to change times and laws, right? That's deceit. You're going against what the Most High has established. Lying about who we are, lying about who God's people are, lying about who God himself is, right? Lying about who they are in the whole grand scheme of things. So we can link with this Job 9:24, of course. So Job chapter 9 in verse 24, which tells us it says the earth is given, oops, wrong page. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. It says he covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? So it's telling you the earth is given to the hand of the wicked, the subject being the wicked here. Then it says something about this wicked. It says he covered the faces of the judges thereof. Who are the judges? The Most High, his Son, the Elohim, and us, who he sets over to be what? To have authority in the earth. That's what he intended. But he says they cover up our face. So they try to cover up the Most High physically and as far as like his mission, what he's about, right? What he believes in. Same thing with his Son. Same thing with the angels. They didn't make them look like them, right? They do it through religious, artwork and paintings. They do it even now through different movies with special effects and CGI. They'll make certain superheroes or, certain figures, supposedly, historical movies about our people or about what goes on in the third heaven, and then make them look like them. So that's what it's talking about when it says cover the faces of the judges. To where now we think of angels, we think of, people look like them. We think of Christ, we think of people that look like them. The Most High folks look like them. We think of the Jews. Anytime they got a TV show or movie about the Israelites coming out of Egypt or, Christ, it's like every so often always have to have a new either Christ movie about our Lord and Savior or a TV show. I think now the popular one now is one called The Chosen. People are watching. They still got to keep our faces covered. Still got us poorly casted. Or they'll say, all right, let's make the 12 disciples diverse, and then we'll just have one of them be a so-called black guy, but then have the rest of them be so-called white people. It's just like, really? You really know they were all Jews. They were all people of color, not just your token Negro, like you have in all your different movies and television shows. So, you don't get an A for effort. Nice try. And then finally it says, if not, where and who is he? Like, ask the rhetorical question. Who else is doing this? Because so-called Chinese don't do that. Moab. So-called Africans don't do that. The so-called East Indians, Elam, don't do that. Even the Hamites, the Africans don't do that. They got their own guys that they put up in the forefront. And then when it comes to so-called Christianity, they're up there waving the flag for so-called white Jesus. So they don't do that, but we know who does. So, like I said, it's like a rhetorical question that put me.
Right. Just want to read on Revelation 12:17, right? And it says, and the dragon was wrought with the woman, and the woman here represents Israel, right? And went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of the Most High, and have the testimony of Yahushua Mashiach, right? So the beast, America, we create the picture of the beast, which is the Roman Empire, and what we're talking about now, and we dress it, and then pretty much take, like you said, take their faces and put it in front and say, this is the Most High. Right? They speak great lies and have a bunch of people, even our people, deceive into and following after.
Right. Also, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 8, to go along with Job 9:24 too. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 8, which reads, so 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 8, it says, and then shall that wicked be revealed. I know my Bible has a capital W for that wicked. I'm not sure if it does for yours, but just showing that it's a subject of focus. It's not just saying like any old body. Whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, going into Christ coming back to destroy. Like we're reading about here in chapter 11 of II Esdras. We're going to read in the chapters ahead when it comes to what judgment this eagle has to face, this dirty bird has to face, right? That's what they call here in Philly, right? Since that's the football team, right? They said the dirty birds, right? But yeah, this bird is definitely dirty, but spiritually, especially as far as all the things that she stands for and all the things that she's done, as we're seeing here. Even how we can see their example and how they get along or don't get along with each other. And then also as far as this being a terrible and dreadful beast, back in Daniel chapter 7, I'm going to read verse 7 real quick and then we'll continue. Daniel chapter 7 and in verse 7 it says, after this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly. It had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. So I'm just going to read that again, showing that connection between the prophecies of what Ezra is saying and also what Daniel saw as well as other prophets. But let's go back to chapter 11, 2 Esdras. Let's continue. Verse 41, for the earth hast thou not judged with truth, right? Because they're dealing with the sea. 42, for thou hast afflicted the meek, the humble, right? Thou hast hurt the peaceable. Thou hast loved liars and destroyed the dwellings of them that brought forth fruit, and hast cast down the walls of such as did thee no harm, right? So warmongers, right? Pushing deception, pushing lies, whether it be our people or even other dark nations, right? They've done this in history, and they do this right now when it comes to current events, right? The meek obviously being, alluding to us dealing in righteousness, right? We talk about the meek, like how Christ says the meek shall inherit the earth, right? Because we have humbleness as far as the world's concerned, but then you have humbleness according to righteousness, right? They're different. They have a different why behind what they do. So they can look the same, but they're not the same. But Esau, yeah, he'll come out against us and against these other dark nations. It says in 43, therefore is thy wrongful dealing come up unto the highest, and thy pride unto the mighty. The highest also have looked upon the proud times, and behold, they are ended. And his abominations, meaning anything that the Most High just utterly hates or detests, are fulfilled. So now we keep referencing it, but now let's get it. Let's go through the breakdown again if we don't know already. Obadiah verses 1-4, since Obadiah is only one chapter. So to go with 11:43 and 44. So Obadiah 1-4, it says, the vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. So the Most High is talking, he's talking about Edom, who's Esau, right? They're the same. You can just write down to show that Genesis 36 and verse 9, where Genesis chapter 36 and in verse 9 it reads, Genesis 36 and 9, it says, thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom, right? So it tells you what his mountain was, Seir, which was before he was known as the Caucasus or the Caucasian, after that mountain range, before he was known as the Seir. Then it plainly says Esau is Edom. So they're the same person, just different names they go by. So back in Obadiah chapter verse 1, because it's one chapter. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise, ye, let us rise up against her in battle. We heard a rumor of the Lord, right? From the Lord, since we know they deal with wars and rumors of wars. You read about that when Christ talks about the signs of the end, right? On the Mount of Olives, when talking to his disciples. So they love rumors, right? So now rumors heard about them as far as what's coming to them. That's the deceit that Second Esdras is talking about, right? They got weapons of mass destruction. They're using chemical weapons, right? These guys are terrorists. These guys are this. These people are that, right? All to get you to pull the pretty much cock the gun and pull the trigger, only to realize, oh, they're receiving a false judgment. By that time, the damage is done. It's already too late, you know. Then Esau come out later on and go, oh, we got to let bygones be bygones. We can't go back in time now, right? To fix the past. The past is already the past. So that's like what Esau likes to live by, right? When it comes to abusing us, as well as abusing the other dark nations. When it comes to even abusing other branches of his own people. And he'll just say, oh, well, you know, we just want peace in our times. So Most High sees all that. All these prophecies align. Verse 2, it says, behold, I have made thee small among the heathen that are greatly despised. So let them increase in their numbers. As far as their size, when the Most High is concerned, as far as, you know, their value that they have, he says he makes them small because, you know, they might be increased in numbers, right? Like it says in other places. Their value has decreased that much more because just them being in the earth and how they function, it pretty much causes the destruction and the decay of the creation that's around them, including themselves. And they're hated because they're not honest, right? They don't carry forth. They don't rule according to justice. They rule according to dominance. And you do that long enough, you're going to make enemies. Verse 3, it says, the pride of thine heart had deceived thee. That's the main reason why I got this, because we're talking about your proud days have come to an end. Another hint. Now, do they own license on pride? No, you have other nations that are rebuked for being proud too. You're reading other prophecies by other prophets. Talk about like Moab being proud. How their pride is going to bring them down too. But we know Esau, when you look at all the evidence, along with the pride, along with everything else, we know it's definitely focused on them in this case. It says, the pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwelleth in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, right? Them loving the mountains. Once again, back then they were named after Seir. Now they're named after the Caucasus mountain range from South Georgia, Russia, where many of them were scattered to during the time of their fall. And they came back out of that, and that name stuck with them when they came back after their wound was deadly. Their deadly wound was healed, like we read earlier in Revelations 13:3 and 4. So they came back into power and took back over the Franks and became the French, took over the English. Took over the Angles, or the Anglo-Saxons that became the English, right? Took over the Moors that were in Spain and became the Spanish, right? As well as those other empires that were there. I just mentioned those three since those are like the main topic of discussion here in this vision. That's what we see when they came back into power. That's how they establish themselves, and they show forth just even in their rulership how they carry on those same habits of like to dwell in the mountains, right? They love to vacation, especially in high elevations, right? Even the houses that they build, they'll build their houses on these weird landscapes where they're kind of going up on these long ramps and these hills, right? Just to get to their house, to give them something. It's just like you go climb up this big hill just to get there. That's supposed to be considered top real estate. To get a house in like these hilly areas. You see it here in Philly, and you probably see it in other cities that you're in. You see it on the West Coast, right? In Hollywood, you go La Cienega Boulevard and go up the hill, like Laurel Canyon. It's like you gotta go through all these like winding roads to get to all these top-notch fancy houses on hills. But yeah, we always make that joke, even when we were younger, when we would be in school and the teacher would say, in the future, where do you guys want to, where do you guys want to be when you retire, You talk to our people as well as other dark nations is, you'll say, I want to retire somewhere where it's nice and warm, a lot of sunshine. Then you get to Esau and ask them, I want to get a log cabin out in the hills and the mountains somewhere, And we kind of hear him say that. And if you don't, have eyes that can see, ears that can hear spiritually, you just say, okay, whatever. I guess that's his prerogative, right? But why is that a trend amongst them? Loving to go to Aspen and places like that, or the Himalayas, or was it in France? You got the Pyrenees. Is that's the mountains over there? Pyrenees, is that what that mountain range is called? That's in France. Okay, I'm not sure where they're at, but these are like the top vacation spots for not only Esau is here in the Americas, but Esau over there in Europe too. Vacation spots, retirement places. So most I put that in their spirit. So they acted out. Once again, we were saying earlier, if this is their book, how come they didn't change this? How can they either change the words or take on a different behavior? Why do they follow this to a T? Because us to have spiritual eyes, ears, and a heart, no. The Most High is the one that's in control, even of them, even with all the things they've done, even with all the blasphemy that they've been able to get away with. They haven't gotten away with anything. That's the mystery. It says, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the grounds, right? So his physical position in the heights gives him that proud attitude, or it facilitates that proud attitude he has in his spirit, as far as no one bringing me down from my high ground, if you will, right? Like you see in military applications, having a high ground in a battle is considered, being in a position of dominance, right? To where when your enemy has the high ground, you have to make adjustments if you want to have a chance at defeating him. Check out verse 4. We'll stop here. It says, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, right? See that the vision that Esdras is having of an eagle with heads and feathers and all that. That's not by accident. And we already showed you some pictures earlier about the old standards they would use of the Romans with the SPQR and the eagle that they had. And you see even some things that the so-called white nationals do here and abroad, where they'll try to capture that same SPQR logo and use it. I got an article here. I didn't really go into it, but let me see. I'll just by me doing a search on SPQR, I saw this. Oops, wrong one. Give me 1 second, guys. Share screen. Here we go. Yeah, so this one. So just doing a search on SPQR, I got those Roman standards with those different eagles, and one of the eagles looked like one of the ones that the Germans used during Nazi Germany. And we saw the picture here. I think we just scroll down. Yeah, this one right here. Sorry, I went too fast. Yeah, this one right here. All right, this thing is kind of choppy. Let me grab it from this side. See, guys, because I keep going past it too fast. Yes, that's the one from Rome. And then we have this tattoo they like to use, where you see the same reef, same depiction, then you see like the arrows kind of look like almost like lightning, sort of, and you get the eagle on top of that. And it talks about how these are used by so-called white supremacists, right? Them, I guess, trying to get back to their roots. But they can't change who they are. The Most High made them to be that way. That's the main point I'm trying to get at here. Go ahead.
God, when you look at, Esau is proud, no matter the French, the Russians, the Europeans, but the spirit of talking big is resonating in America.
Mm-hmm.
And America is that aura of talking big. That's why it says talk great things against the Most High. Right? Even when they face threats, even if the threat is big, you see the presidents come out and downplay, right? Because they the one that pretty much supposed to be doing everything that's big, and that resonated in America. They have the aura of talking big, which goes with the scripture. The Most High built them that way to represent exactly what He wants in the land of North. They talk great things about the Most High. It's like talking big.
Yeah, it's true.
Ecclesiastes 7:13. Let's see here. It's a consider Ecclesiastes 7:13. Consider the work of God, for who can make that straight which He had made crooked? So Esau is crooked, and whatever he's doing, he's still doing the same wickedness. That's gonna continue.
No doubt. So now it says here, even though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, so that's going into them going up into space, right? And we see people want to argue about the moon landing, or whether or not that was legitimate footage or not. But we can't argue about them going into space for sure, because we know they got satellites up there. But it's not. It shouldn't be put past. It shouldn't be something we look past as far as when they at least according to the footage, landed on the moon and said, the eagle has landed. That has significance, right? I mean, using that symbol, and I'm even mentioned that thing when they're doing this this major event going on the moon, right, and landing there. It's so funny. We mentioned. We asked people, what's the famous expression that the moon land is remembered by us in the future. They usually quote the one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. But you said there was another one too that they always show. And then when you have to remind them, they go, "Oh, right, they did say, yeah, the eagle has landed. Right. They did say that. Yeah. But once again, true to form, that's the symbol that they've gone by over the ages and throughout their different empires, just to show that their nation is what really is the thing we have to look at. Not so much, they came out of this empire or that empire, they set this government, that government. No, they all used the eagle. Even you go back to the Greeks before the Romans, they used the eagle too. So they sit the nest among the stars. Then it says, "Thence will I bring you down, saith the Lord," which that happened around the late 60s, early 70s, along with our rise starting to wake up about who we are. So we could say, from 1969, 1970 up until now, they've had progressively gotten weaker and weaker and doing damage control. We've gotten stronger and stronger, right? Building ourselves up more and more branches of us out there than ever before, despite any of the drama we may have gone through or brought upon ourselves due to our poor choices. Yet still we're waking up. We're building ourselves up. Whereas with them, it's like, they try to keep up the appearance of them making all these advancements, but they're fractured and they're split up in all types of ways. They just don't want to get out there. They want to keep it under wraps.
Also, another aspect to look at is America was built so big to the point where even though it's falling, people still flocking to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's falling. We can see that it's getting weaker and weaker, but still, you got immigrants coming from all over the place, flocking to this one, even at its weakest. Right? So it shows that prophecy is true, and it's pretty much revealing that those put ourselves as an eagle, then will I put you down, right? Even nuclear war, Russia said they have this weapon. Still, people still coming. And when we go out there, we say America's falling. Somebody said, "Why are you here?" Right? Because it was propped up to be that big. Mm-hmm. Even when it's falling, it's kind of hard to see it. How it's falling.
And look how long it took for Rome to fall, right?
Right.
That didn't just happen overnight. But we just read the prophecy and connected with history as far as Just like the prophecy says, even their own historians will talk about Caesar Augustus. He was only the second Caesar. They said it was like the apex as far as, the Pax Romana and the peace that they had as far as like the territories they had control over, as well as like the war kind of being like kind of brought down to the, kind of brought down to like to a minimum at that time. And anyone that had conquered at that point, it would have turned into allies and actually able to grow to a certain extent. That was like the beginning of the end. And it was like still young in the empire days. So they were a senate, like we read earlier in Maccabees, but then it became an empire. But then you had many emperors that came afterwards. The 12 Caesars even going to the lesser emperors. The writing was even on the wall way back when they first set up the empire, that it couldn't last. To where what? I don't know if I put the year out there, but I think we'll get to that when we get into chapter 12. As far as the time frame, can always remember when it comes to the Dark Ages, the time when they were wounded as if it were to death, and then the time that their deadly wound was healed. As far as the Roman Empire, as they knew it, fell, and then we took the preeminence during that time, and then them being able to rise back up, and then us then falling down, being taken into captivity, and things like that. Because when we had power during the Dark Ages at different times, in different places throughout Europe, we weren't ruling according to righteousness, right? We might have some laws here and there, but it was mixed with some other stuff too. So sometimes we're just outright just going against the commandments ourselves. So even us, we'll talk about how we ruled in the Dark Ages, but even that would have a shelf life if we weren't doing it according to righteousness. We're God's people. So if the Most High holds us to that standard, how much more the other nations? How much more our brother Esau, right? The nation made to be the wicked. So now back in 2 Esdras chapter 11, now we're in verse 45, where it says, "And therefore appear no more, thou eagle, nor thy horrible wings, nor thy wicked feathers, nor thy malicious heads, nor thy hurtful claws, nor all thy vain body." See that? So beautifully calling out the eagle, right? The dirty bird, and telling them, "You're out of here. You had your time, now it's time to go." 46, "That all the earth may be refreshed, and may return, being delivered from thy violence, and that she may hope for the judgment and mercy of him that made her." Right? And we'll touch on that. We can touch on that refreshing too when we read in other places too. But let's continue on in verse 12. I know we're going a bit late, but I think most of the heavy lifting was in chapter 11. We're just making sure we broke down the heads of the 12 Caesars as far as those 12 feathers and those 8 lesser ones. But the more you go into that, you'll find more and more information that'll pretty much edify that understanding that it's definitely talking about them. Just like the 12 tribes breakdown, right? Right? You can go and do a deep dive in just one of those tribes, and the more you'll find that, wow, Naphtali really is our people that are there in the West and the South, down in South America, right? Wow, this Asher really is the people that are in the north and the eastern part of South America. Wow, Issachar really is those people that are in what they call Mexico today, as far as the indigenous peoples, right? Et cetera, et cetera. You can do the same thing for any tribe. You'll see more and more how those prophecies align with the history that's associated with them. Same thing goes for Esau and these other nations too, when we go into their prophecies, dealing with them. But now, chapter 12 and verse 1 of Ecclesiastes, of 2nd Esdras, it reads, Salakia. Okay, so 12 and 1, it says, "And it came to pass, while the lion spake these words unto the eagle, I saw," right? So we touched on who the eagle is, talking about Christ and the new government is going to come on the earth, calling them out. Because like we said earlier, what we read earlier, and quoted earlier in past services and classes, Esau being the end of the world. So the eagle is the end. But then Jacob being the beginning of it that followeth, who's going to be ruled by Christ, who's that roaring lion, right? At least in this context, right? It says in chapter 12 and verse 2, and behold, the head that remained in the four wings appeared no more, and the two went unto it and set themselves up to reign, and the kingdom was small and full of uproar, right? So Esau trying to hold on as usual, right, to whatever little power that they have left, but they're still trying to struggle to pretty much keep their empire together. And here's the reason why. Go to the link with 12 and 2. We were in Obadiah earlier. Let's go back to Obadiah. This is verse 10. It's chapter 1, but it's verse 10. I'm going to read verse 18 as well. So Obadiah verse 10, it reads, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee. It says, and thou shalt be cut off forever. Right? So it's very unique that you see a nation be given this judgment. And other nations, yeah, they might get cut down, but not completely cut off. Like you see it with other dark nations, they're going to be in the kingdom under us. But with this nation, with this people, they had to be cut off forever. So it's going to come an eventual time when Esau, this eagle, he's got to go entirely, right? Everything he's doing is pretty much leading up to that judgment. But now, to echo that, in verse 18, it says, and the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, talking about us. We come back into our glory, which is we're beginning to do that now over these last couple decades. And the house of Esau for stubble, it says, and they shall kindle in them. So we'll be like a fire, and they'll be like the stubble you throw in the fire to keep it going, right? Keep the flames going. It says, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for Yahweh hath spoken it. So a certain point in the kingdom, after they face their judgment, and those that remain get their punishment after the Third World War, when Christ comes back, there's going to come a time that their whole house is going to be extinct, to where physically there won't be any more Edomites. So that's balance, right? Because the Most High told us that our days are going to be innumerable as Jacob. So in the kingdom we won't die, whereas our brother Esau, he's going to ultimately die and be destroyed. Because somebody look at that and go, that's kind of harsh. Well, that's the Most High's judgment. At least we got the why. Because look at what they do. So now this is 2 Peter chapter 3. 2 Peter chapter 3. I'm going to start from 9, where it reads, 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 9, it says, the Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is long-suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. So the Most High, we talk about in other places, he don't want to kill us, but if we're killing ourselves, even when advised not to, what's the Most High to do, right? If anything, he's actually doing you a favor. Like we always talk about doing the flood. He did them a solid by taking them out, because if they were allowed to live any longer, besides Noah and his family, if they were allowed to live any longer, all they do was just dirty their record even more. It'd just be more and more bloody records as far as their rape, their theft, their murder, their deception, their oppression, their profanity, right? It would just have them have an even worse record when it comes to their life. So at least if you're dead in the spirit realm, you're not in a physical body that you can corrupt and cause others to be corrupt. But now it says in verse 10, the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, catches you sleeping, right? Catches you off guard. In the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also and the works that are therein shall be burnt up, like we see depicted in history, and certain movies even depicting it too, about the supposed future that's to come, right? With the thermonuclear destruction. So Peter's describing that vision that he had about the actual fire coming, not just a movie, but it's actually going to take place, right? As we get ahead in the future, right? We've seen little spurts of this, but as far as what Peter's talking about here, this hasn't happened yet still. Verse 11, seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, it says, what manner of persons ought ye to be in all holy conversation and godliness? Talking to the brethren again, talking about the children of Israel. We ought to be in all holy conversation and godliness. Remember, conversation is not just how we talk, but it's how we walk too, right? We talk about body language, right? How you conduct yourself, that's all considered conversation. And godliness is one of the key fruits of the Spirit, right? Then it says in 12, looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of power, wherein the heavens shall be, being on fire, shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness. So this is what we have to look forward to. And this is what we're going to see come to an end as we see Esau dwindle further and further into their destruction. Like we see beholding right now. I saw the text you sent out, Khan, earlier concerning the latest declaration that Israel made against the Palestinians, the fake Israelites, the Israeli against Ishmael. Two people are pretty much squatting on our land, right? That they need to get the boot sooner than later.
And also verse 1, I see going into the power structure of how they try to hold their system together with their the Senate and the House of Representatives, also the EU, with America at the driver's seat, is a struggle trying to hold the kingdom together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, come. We're watching it. We're watching this unfold. Ezra saw it in the distant future. Now it's our recent, past, and our current events going forward. So we're in it. We're looking at the prophecy. Just another hint where we can look at the past to know the future, right? That's how most folks do prediction, right? We look at statistics, we look at risk management, right? It's looking at the past events, and then from that, making a deduction of what might happen in the future based on past events, right? We do it all the time. We don't make certain predictions, but we make we try to make predictions with a certain margin of error where we say, okay, it's a likelihood that this is going to happen based on things happen in the past and why they happen.
Right. Because you see the two set themselves up to reign. So it's pretty much the two power structure that's left. The EU with NATO and America, right, in the driver's seat, while they try to do that. They're fighting between Democrat and Republican, West Wing, right wing, and all that stuff.
So let me get these pop-ups. Right. So this is First Maccabees chapter 1. The whole thing is good from verse 1 on down. I'm just going to read verse 9. This is talking about Alexander when he came into power back then.
And it's funny how people use these things. They don't know that these things are in the Bible, but they can't make the connection. They say, the right wing, the left wing. It's all pertaining to who's holding which power structure is pretty much holding things together. Who's trying to hold power.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's all about it's all power and governance.
Yeah.
Jargon that is being used, which are already in the scriptures.
What's that TV show they have real popular about the White House? They call it the West Wing.
Right.
The West Wing.
It's all about power. It's all about government. And that's the term they use to, show who's in power and who's controlling this, who's controlling that. To keep their system functioning while it's falling.
Mm-hmm. So now this is First Maccabees 1. I'm gonna read. Jump down to verse 9. want to emphasize on the last precept where it says, and after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. And so did their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth. So once Edomite, always Edomite. Esau back then, when they continue to rule, that happened. Esau living now, those same spirits that have come back as Americans, as French, as Spanish, as British, as Dutch, as Germans, as et cetera, any country you could think of, right, that they had dominance, as Denmark, right, et cetera. Evils multiplied in the earth. And never peace, only quiet at best. And even that quiet is short-lived. That's the best they can achieve. Like it says, the earth was quiet before Alexander. The only way you can have peace according to the Bible is if you rule according to the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. Let's go back to Esdras chapter 12. And now let's continue on. And it reads, and I saw, and behold, they appeared no more, and the whole body of the eagle was burnt, so that the earth was in great fear. Then I awaked out of the trouble and trance of my mind, and from great fear, and said unto my spirit, Lo, this hast thou done unto me, in that thou searchest out the ways of the highest. Lo, yet am I weary in my mind, and very weak in my spirit, and little strength is there in me, for the great fear wherewith I was affrighted this night. Right? So it's funny, his spirit sit within himself. It was like a self-dialogue, right? Like, man, again, you talk to yourself, and you're like, man, I asked for this. I wanted to know. Man. And I fasted for it too, a week, and it's another week, right? Week after that. And Most I gave it to me, and boy, was it something, right? Boy, what did I see? And how am I going to behold all these things when they actually go down, right? He's going to mention that too, like, what shall my soul do when all these things shall come to pass? Him being aware that he may come back within his family, and be able to see these things as they come to pass. Let me get these links real quick too, as far as that destruction. So this is Isaiah 66. Right, this is the fun part, right? See, everything else was the lead up. Now the fun part is where we get into the destruction, right? And that's something that Israelites like to go into and break it down, especially at camp. It's a way of like soothing oneself, right? To feel like this is all worth it in the end. Because to kind of focus on the here and now, sometimes it can be a bit dim, a bit bleak. In the flesh, you can feel like these scriptures that we're about to read now will never come.
Right. And Esdras is saying this as a terrifying revelation because he sees like things are blowing up and fire, and he could not make up with what he's saying. Like today, we can see that it's thermonuclear weapon, and we can see those arsenals. We can see it on TV how they elaborate on how it's gonna happen, but Esdras didn't have that breakdown like to the T's of details and how it happened. All these things being blown up.
Right, and this eagle with these feathers, and these feathers doing different things, and what does that mean? And
As time progresses, we start getting the details, and we'll start to reveal what he's saying in those dreams that he was telling Esdras, and put it together with what we're seeing on TV and things that is being revealed now. Now we can put two and two together. But still, the severity of it, we still don't know.
Right, so Isaiah 66:15, it reads, For behold, Yahweh will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire. Then it says in 16, For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yahweh shall be many. Right? Our hope and dream is that doesn't come upon us, and that we're preserved in that day when the destruction does come a knocking. And you could also write down Revelation chapter 18. Revelation chapter 18. I'm going to read verses 2 and 3. So Revelation chapter 18, verse 2, it says, "And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird." Right? You see that bird reference. You think it back to Jeremiah. Was it Jeremiah 12 and 9, where it talks about my heritage, like unto me, is a speckled bird. It's just the other birds surround her, right? To come against her. So all types of nations here, right? All types of just about every nation represented here in North America, right? You see them. Some cities more than others, right? It's like they'll all find an enclave somewhere and say, okay, once the one family comes, they bring the other ones in, And New York City being probably the more infamous of them, as well as Los Angeles. Those are kind of like the predominant ones, right, within this empire. But you go to those cities, you'll find people from all throughout the EU, different folks in the Middle East, different folks from the Far East. You'll find all different nations, in these major cities. Here in Philadelphia, you'll find all types of nations. You go to different parts of town, right, downtown to places around the colleges and universities, right? You'll find a lot of those heathens at those colleges and universities too, especially the quote-unquote Ivy League ones, because the creme de la creme of these heathen nations will send their kids to America to get their degree. And, with that degree, either stay in America and make money for the family or come back home and try to rebuild their own country that's usually in shambles because of Esau having their CIA or their MI6 or their Mossad up in their country turning upside down. Say, okay, now be a good boy and be a good girl and kiss Esau's behind so that you can move up the ladder.
And then now, the immigration influx, the mayor of New York is pretty much complaining how now he's getting about 10,000 immigrants a month.
Mm-hmm.
And he said in Texas, it's about 10,000 a day. And coming from all over Texas. Plus, you got the Panama Canal. They even have hubs where they have people travel all the way into in the jungle, coming from all over the place, and they have camps for them right there. And then you have buses come and take them from there, bring them to different states in America. It's like we have an influx, like they having people. It's almost like they trying to get everybody boxed in into this country. It's like for the great finale.
Yikes! That's wild, man. But what's that song by? Was it Sinatra back in the day? I wanna be a part of it, right? He's talking about New York, but it's like I was extending that to America, right? I want to be a part of it. New York City kind of being like a poster child, right? For what you can achieve if you come here, And a dream for some, nightmare to the majority, though. Even their own people want to get the hell out that have been here. So now verse 3 says, for all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. So it's like Revelations, it makes it super clear, where it says the kings, talking about the different prime ministers and politicians, right, the ambassadors, but then you also mention the merchants, talking about the people that come here to set up their companies, to sell whatever said products or services they have in mind to move on up. Oftentimes at Israel's expense. Such Revelations 18, 2 and 3. And I did that one already. Let me get Daniel 7 and 11, and I'll continue on as well. Daniel chapter 7 in verse 10. I mean verse 11 rather. So Daniel chapter 7 in verse 11. It reads, "And I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn spake," like we saw the roaring lion from chapter 11, the second Esdras. "And I beheld even till the beast was slain and his body destroyed." It says, "and given to the burning flame." Right? So that's what the beast has to look forward to. You read above, it goes into why and who's doing it, right? It's the Ancient of Days. And he's having his son, the Son of Man, being commissioned to be the main one to carry out that great work. So the great work, as Esau calls it, him trying to pretty much realize Nimrod's dream of this, Babel, New World Order. Now, this is the great work right here. This is the true great work. This is the real New World Order right here. You read here as well as we're reading in second Esdras. So let them try.
And there's no rapture, like Esau said.
Right. And those little Kingdoms Hall pamphlets where they always show with Christ, they always had him looking like they'll say, "Oh, he wasn't blind, he was a brunette." Still Edomite. And it's like, nope. Then you'll see on the back flat, you'll see Hamites sitting with Moab, sitting with, Esau, and they're all sitting around and it's sitting next to lions and lambs. They read that scripture in Isaiah and don't really understand what it's talking about. They just think, oh, yeah, this is what the kingdom's going to be. But it's always like different nations sitting down and smiling in the kingdom. And they're sitting down with, like I said, lions, tigers, and bears. It's just like, man, they're going to get such a culture shock. They're going to get such a shock when they realize that it's not what they thought it was when Christ comes back. But yeah, back in the second Esdras chapter 12. Let me read on. I think now I'm in verse 7. So second Esdras chapter 12 and verse 7, it says, "And I said, Lord, that bears rule, if I have found grace before thy sight, and if I am justified with thee before many others, and if my prayer indeed be come up before thy face," verse 8, "comfort me then, and show me thy servant the interpretation and plain difference of this fearful vision, that thou mayest perfectly comfort my soul." It says in verse 9, "For thou hast judged me worthy to show me the last times." Right? So we've been given a whole lot as far as this vision that he's been giving it, like a vision like no other. Like no one else got the specific vision going into this level of detail when it comes to this fourth beast, right? Being likened into an eagle, right? John got some of it, Daniel got some of it, but not like what Ezra was given. It says in verse 10, "And he said unto me, this is the interpretation of the vision." It says in verse 11, "The eagle whom thou sawest come up from the sea is the kingdom which was seen in the vision of thy brother Daniel." See that? So you might have said, oh, you guys are making that connection. But no, even the angel himself is telling Ezra, yeah, there's concord between what I showed you and what I showed Daniel. But, verse 12, "but it was not expounded unto him, therefore now will I declare it unto thee." Right? So I gave Daniel the sneak peek. Now I'm about to give you the inside scoop. It says in verse 13, "Behold, the days will come that there shall rise up a kingdom upon earth, and it shall be feared above all the kingdoms that were before it." Right? We already established what that was. It says, "In the same shall 12 kings reign, one after another." We already went into that. It's the 12 Caesars. 15, "Whereof the second shall begin to reign, and shall have more time than any of the 12." Right? So those 8 little ones that came afterwards, right? They're going to have more time than those that came before. You look at the years and in the span of years that they ruled. It says, "In this do the 12 wings signify, which thou sawest. As for the voice which thou heardest speak, and that thou sawest not go out from the heads, from the midst of the body thereof, this is the interpretation." 18, "That after the time of that kingdom there shall arise great strivings, and it shall stand in peril of falling. Nevertheless, it shall not then fall, but shall be restored again to his beginning, whereas thou sawest the 8 small under feathers sticking to her wings. This is the interpretation, that in time there shall arise 8 kings whose times there shall arise 8 kings whose time shall be, oh, sorry, that in him there shall arise 8 kings whose time shall be but small, and their years swift. It says, and 2 of them shall perish, the middle time approaching. 4 shall be kept until their end being to approach, but 2 shall be kept unto the end. So once again, going into, like read above, Rome falling for a time, right, during the time of the what we call the Dark Ages, and then them coming back into power, and then those Roman branches actually still being there, but then kind of taking, maybe different names, but it's still being a part of that empire. When we talk about like, France, Spain, and Britain, right? But then even the fighting they had were causing the fall. That's important too. I guess you can write down these years now since we're talking about this. But just put down the year 476 AD. And then write down 1453 AD. And that connects back to what we read earlier, Revelations 13, 3 and 4, as well as what we're reading here in 12 and in verse 18. 12 and 18 connects back with the links we pull for 11 and 6. That's going to Rome falling, but then coming back. Okay, good. And as far as the great strivings, you can just write this down too. You pretty much had the what do you call it? The Romans, right? But then they fought against the what they, like I was referring to earlier. Yeah, Romans against the barbarians. What did Paul say? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter neither Jew nor Greek, barbarian or Scythian, bond or free. Christ is in all. So even he knew about us being scattered, but then he knew that they would be called that, so that we can use that as an example to show how we'll be the ones to take them down when you go into the history, which is actually what happened. But it was short-lived because even we didn't go about things the right way. So it's going to the wars between the Romans and the barbarians, which, eventually the barbarians will be the ones that take it over. And you have what they call a split later on between the what they call the eastern and the western parts of the Roman Empire, right? Of the Holy Roman Empire. You had the Vatican in the east, in the west. But in the east, you had what they call the Byzantine Empire, which even that name itself, right, is a name that comes from the Greek. They named them that because they said the word Byzantine comes from the Greek, which means backwards, right? But instead of a pope, they had a patriarch over there, and that was set in Constantinople, that city. And that today is in Turkey, is a city called Istanbul. They still have that church there, right? Which is like, I'm not sure if it's considered one of the 7 wonders, but it's definitely in that short list of bucket list places. Like, I want to go to the Taj Mahal, see pyramids of Giza. I want to go to the Grand Canyon. Oh, I want to go to they call it the Hagia Sophia, right? But that's the church that's over there in Istanbul. But that used to be the capital for the East Roman Empire during the Dark Ages, where it was us that was ruled on that side of things. That's where a lot of the Roman icons come in, and when those were being painted and depicted, before they decided to go try to get as many Roman icons as possible and try to whitewash them. See, that's what all these strivings are talking about here. So now, verse 22. That's where I left off. It says, and whereas thou sawest 3 heads resting, this is the interpretation. It says, verse 23, in his last days there shall the Most High raise up 3 kingdoms and renew many things therein, and they shall have the dominion of the earth. This is like we were talking about earlier as far as the Renaissance in Europe, right? With the top empires being, like we mentioned before, the British, the Spanish, and the French. You get others too, but those are like the main ones. And then going back to the Greco-Roman style of ruling things. Like even you look at old busts and paintings of like, Napoleon, for example. You see him even fashioning himself as like, the Emperor of Rome. You look at like his palace decorations as far as when he set himself up as ruler in France. And, even during his time, he was kind of looked at as like, wow, if things go according to his favor, we might all be speaking French before it's all said and done, right? He might be the predominant ruler of all. And then, the French would have, a stronghold here, so it could have went different ways. You have sci-fi stories even kind of take different approaches, not just during the time of the Revolutionary War of America and France, but like World War II, if things went different, the Germans won, how things would how things would transpire if they had won, and how things would be today. I think there's a show that kind of depicts that book that this guy wrote called The Man in the High Castle. They kind of do like these alternate futures, so it's really interesting to see, how the Most High moves the chess pieces, and that the Most High won after you change one thing, it could change, different things, even though it's still be Esau, it'd be more of the same. How big, we might just be doing, might just be speaking in a different language. But so your hand.
Yeah, even in today, in the school system, in the style, infrastructure, the laws, everything referenced back to the dragon, which gives rise to the beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty much, it's even though we progress in time, but the Roman Empire is still live through the Americas, right? Because everything that they had back then is pretty much for here, like from the school system, the way they designed the building, the laws, it's all have aspect of Roman Empire. Like a continuation.
Khan, who in turn borrowed from the Greeks. Like I'm thinking about now, what you mentioned with the school system. I think in French it's called lycée, right?
Yeah.
Which you go into the origin of that word, that goes back to the Greeks and the Romans who borrowed that too, the Lyceum, which when the Greeks would go into a territory, and the Romans too, the Romans just set up the castra, which was like a fort, now kind of come to their base of operations. But the Greeks did a similar thing, but they set up a Lyceum, which is pretty much like a place for learning. That whoever said people that they came in and conquered, they would come there to learn the lifestyle, culture, mentality of the Greeks, and come to be, educated.
Right.
And we saw that in Maccabees, right? When the men of Athens went down to meet up with us and said, "Yes, sit down, break bread, learn about our temple, the temple of Jupiter, learn about Athena, our goddess of wisdom, come and eat eat with us and break bread with us and learn of our ways." Yeah, some of our people are like, "All right, let's go."
Even in Haiti, the whole system is predicated from the Roman Empire. Because, like you said, the school system, it's the whole curriculum, it's all that. And in the law system, they still have Latin and all that stuff.
Still have what?
Latin.
Oh, Latin?
Yeah.
Oh.
They still have all that
In the school?
Yeah, it's in
college.
When you learn, in college, when you learn the laws, and it's all predicated upon those people's culture. So you have nothing that is of your own, that is of the scriptures.
It's funny you mention that because I'm thinking about when I was in school. I went to a Christian school before going to public school. I think eventually, like in third grade, like my first and second grade, I remember going to this Christian-based school, and we had to learn. We learned Bible stories, of course, but we also learned Latin. That's like one of our classes. We had a competition too to see who could remember the most Latin expressions and terms and stuff. And I was like, okay, this language is different. We learned like, Felis, what was it? Felis pulcher est, the cat is beautiful. Felis parvus est, the cat is small. I still remember this stuff to this day. And I haven't looked at that stuff in years, right? But yeah, I'm looking at that now, I'm just like, wow, okay, I'm in America. America's pretty much Rome. Makes sense.
Right. Even though you're not going to use it, but just to keep the tradition going.
Mm-hmm.
Even as an ex-Catholic, they like to talk about the Latin Mass,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
the Latin Mass, so they had the service in Latin, and no, they want you to learn it, So that's so secret, and that's the old way.
Here's the thing, right? We're going to do the same thing, but with our version, it's going to be righteous. We get an example when it was done to us by the Babylonians, and then get an example we're going to do it, but it's going to be according to righteousness and truth. Because with us, Hebrew was the language everyone spoke anyway before the Tower of Babel. Nimrod and all his cronies, those guys are speaking Hebrew. Think about it. Until the angels came down and confounded their speech. So that was the one language we all spoke. The only reason we have different languages now is because Most High is like, oh man, I want them to spread out, but because they won't spread out, I gotta give them different languages to force them to go here and go there. I don't want them to be all together under one rule. That's something they came up with. But this is Daniel chapter 1. Daniel chapter 1. I'm gonna read just verses 3 and 4 for what we're talking about. This is all linked with verse 23. Sorry, just making sure I'm adding this here. I didn't have this originally. So Daniel chapter 1, verse 3, it says, And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel and of the king's seed. Daniel chapter 1, verse 3 and 4.
Oh.
This is going into when we got taken over by the Babylonians, right? These guys were like how Esau is now. That's who they were back then, as far as the top ruler, top culture, top influencer. It says, And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel and of the king's seed and of the princes, verse 4, children in whom there was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning and knowledge and understanding science, and such as had ability and understand in the king's palace, in whom they might teach the learning and the tongue or the language of the Chaldees. So they had their own program, right? Where it's okay, we're the top guys, and we want you to come and learn of our ways. Not only that, we're going to take your best and brightest, right? As the late W.B. Du Bois would say, right? Take your talented 10th, right? Your top upper echelon. Because you look at any nation, then and now, you always had, it's like the body, the head has certain people in it, right? That kind of governs the rest. But you need the whole body in order for you to have a nation. You can't be a ruler with no people. You're going to rule over it. You might as well, you got to do all the work yourself. A ruler with no people, you have to pretty much do the functions of the rest of the body, right? So there's that symbiotic, dependency, that connection. See, that's what they did. But now in the kingdom, this is Isaiah chapter 2. Isaiah chapter 2. And verse 2 down to 5. So Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says, It shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Yahweh's house shall be established in the top of the mountains and shall be exalted above the hills. It says, And all nations shall flow unto it. Then it says, And many people shall go and say, Come ye and let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the house of the power of Jacob. And he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. He says, And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, in their spears into pruning hooks. It says, nation shall not lift up sword against nation. Neither shall they learn war anymore, right? And the significance there, because you see the parallel with Joel, where it says the opposite, right? About them taking their plowshares and turning them into swords, and their spears, in their pruning hooks, and turning them into spears, meaning take your tools you use for building, construction, for growth, and repurpose those tools for war, destruction. Now it's the opposite. That's the last war we're going to fight. Now take your weapons of war, melt them down, and use them for constructive means, right? Means to rebuild as opposed to destroy, right? That same metal. We had a class, I think in the Tuesday class, we were talking about that as far as, if we buy like, certain herbs or certain like, things for like, to like burn, like certain things that smell good, like certain herbs or different things, different materials. We're kind of going into, it's like anything you have as a possession, whether it be, herbs or food or what have you. It's all about why you're buying the thing. Are you buying the thing to make some sort of dedication to some false god? Or are you buying it because you like, because you want to nourish yourself, or build something that's righteous towards the Most High, like we did with gold and silver for, say, like the temple trimmings. So it's the what, but it's also the why. That being the key thing. When you can assess those two, you can discern one from the other. So with these tools, yeah, they were made from, iron and brass and things like that. But now, are you using them to go to war? Or are you using them to what? To grow things, to be constructive. And it says in verse 5, finally, O house of Jacob, come ye and let us walk in the light of Yahweh. Sorry. Let us come and walk in the light of Yahweh. Mm-hmm. So back to 2 Esdras 12 and 23, which dealt with them trying to bring the Renaissance, which is the rebirth, getting them to come back into the Greco-Roman style of governing, of doing things. Just the fact they call it the Renaissance is just is perfect too. Just telling themselves once again, and showing the Most High, whoever the Most High appointed, we must follow. Whether we follow God or even if we go against God, we're still following His plan in the end. Verse 24, it says, and of those that dwell therein, with much oppression above all those that were before them, therefore are they called the heads of the eagle, right? So the eagle heads, the heads of the eagle, right? So they're in charge. Their way is the way. It says in 25, for these are they that shall accomplish his wickedness, and that shall finish his last end, right? Then it says, and whereas thou sawest that the great head appeared no more, it signified that one of them should die upon his bed, and yet with pain. For the two that remain shall be slain with the sword, for the sword of the one shall devour the other, but at the last he shall fall through the sword himself. Right? Just talking about the outcomes, these different empires and their rulers that rule over them, and the outcomes that they're going to face. Like I said, it's almost like an echo of what we saw happen with the Greeks that came before them, right? You've got internal conflicts, and you have people that have an idea of, okay, about here's what I plan to do, or here's what I intend to do, but the Most High has something different in store for them. Then it says, and whereas thou sawest the two feathers under the wings passing over the head, that is on the right side, it signified that these are they whom the highest have kept unto their end. This is the small kingdom full of trouble, as thou sawest. Then finally it says in 31, we touched on that too, as far as even looking now as far as Esau and the government. Now you have fledgling rulership, them continue to try to hold on and try to figure out how things are going to go with the remaining influence that they have. It says, and the lion whom thou sawest rising up out of the wood and roaring, and speaking to the eagle and rebuking her for her unrighteousness with all the words which thou hast heard. This is the anointed which the highest has kept for them and for their wickedness unto the end. We already read about that, right? About the lion of the tribe of Judah, right? The root of David. We read about that and we went through chapter 12. For he shall set them before him alive in judgment, and shall rebuke them and correct them. We read that too, just not too long ago in Isaiah chapter 2, right? So once again, he shall set them before him alive in judgment, and shall rebuke them and correct them. To go with this is write down Ecclesiastes. Let's go with verse 33. Ecclesiastes 12 and 14, the very last verse of Ecclesiastes. Then I'm going to link it up also with the 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 10. But Ecclesiastes 12 and 14 reads, for power shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Right? So how's he going to do this? He's going to do this ultimately through his son, Christ, right? Who we know is the inspiration behind the whole Bible, right? His verse being right below, right after the verse we always like to read when we say, what the whole duty of man is, right? Which is to fear him and keep his commandments. And then in 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 10, I'll tack on verse 11 too. Why not? So 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 10, it says, for we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that everyone may receive the things done in his body according to that he hath done. This is whether it be good or bad. Just like we read in Ecclesiastes 12. Then it says in verse 11, knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men, but we are made manifest unto power, and I trust also are made manifest in your consciences. Right? So that's how we go out there, right? We say, look, we don't want you to, they talk about that in sales, the 4 impulse factors, right? We have our own impulse factors, right? But the why is different, even though the what might be similar, right? As far as you don't want to be, what do you call it? Like they say, fear of missing out, right? When it comes to sales, you want to miss out on this sale, right? You want to make sure you buy this product before, it's not available anymore, right? Because if so, it's going to be, tough for you. And everyone's going to be looking at this saying, hey, man, told you so. You had your window to get a piece of this truth, and now it's too late. So you don't want to be that person, on the outside looking in, of our people especially, because the heathens, they had this to look forward to anyway, even if they do decide to agree with us now. But there's at least a chance for Israelites that are out there that are walking according to the ways of the nations. There's a chance for them to repent. But once they get that warning and they don't hearken unto it, there's nothing more we can do at that point. The hope being that they make the choice to take heed to the warning before it's all said and done. Otherwise, we read a couple scriptures to go into which you have to look forward to. It's not good. So now I'm in verse 34. It says, for the rest of my people shall he deliver with mercy, those that have been preserved upon my borders. He shall make them joyful until the coming of the day of judgment, whereof I have spoken unto thee from the beginning. Right? So we're kind of part of that prophecy now, right? As far as when I read 34, it makes you think of Revelations 11 and 11, right? Where it tells us what we're kind of going through right now, and the joy that we have, which is not going to be like the joy we have in the kingdom, but the joy we have by waking up to the truth, right? And pretty much giving no option or a way out of this hell that is America. Because we can see the hell a lot of times, even when we're in the world, not all the time, but a lot of time, we realize there's got to be something more, something better than this. But you got a lot of our people that, are the Sambos and the bed wenches, that want to make their peace with Massa and keep this thing going. Just like you had back then with Egypt. Oh, Moses, you're doing too much, man. We had it better back there, right? We had the, cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, right? We were taskmasters, right? We had little management positions. Man, we had it good. Now we're out here with this manna out here in the wilderness, living in tents. What is this? Not realizing they were being, honored to show what I want to transition you guys so you guys can become your own nation, right? And this is the beginning. This is how you grow to become a nation, right? You live off of land yourself. This is how you really truly get free and realize the work and discipline that's involved to actually self-govern. So give you guys even an out by even having you guys in the wilderness to learn these things, right? But for a lot of Israel, it wasn't good enough. So this is Revelations 11:11. It says, and after 3 days and a half, that's the times and the dividing of time that we read about earlier in Daniel chapter 7. After 3 days and a half, it says, the spirit of life from God entered into them, talking about us, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. So now, this prophecy we're reading about in 2nd Esdras, we are that prophecy. From the 70s up until now, we are this, right? Now, when you read verse 12, this is now what's to come to pass. We look forward to verse 12, which hasn't happened yet, which says, and they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither, and they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. So now, as we teach more and more, bring out this word more and more, this will happen next. But until this happens, we're still in Revelations 11:11 as far as being risen up, woken up, great fear falling upon those that see us, right? As far as the spirit coming on us, where we are starting to begin to come back to our glorious selves the Most High intended for us to be. But right now, most of us are just shadows of what we used to be. And we're pretty much like half measures ourselves, not living up to our potential, not living up to the power and the might and the governance that the Most High intended for us to be for the world and for the rest of the creation. See, that was Revelations 11. I read 11 and 12. So yeah, people say, oh, the Bible's some old dusty book, right? But no, these things still have not all come to pass. Some things have, but there's still more things that have to come to pass still, even to this current time that we're in right now in the year 2023. But now back in 2 Esdras 12, it says in verse 25, for these are they that shall accomplish his wickedness, and that shall finish his last end. Then it says, oh, I read this already, my bad. I'm in 35:4.
Yeah.
35, right? Because I got this link for 34. So 35, this is the dream that thou sawest, and these are the interpretations. Only thou hast been meet or right to know this secret of the highest. Wherefore, write all these things that thou hast seen in a book, and hide them, and teach them to the wise of the people, whose hearts thou knowest may comprehend and keep these secrets. But wait thou here thyself yet 7 days more, that it may be showed thee whatsoever it pleaseth the highest to declare unto thee. And with that, he went his way, right? So session 2 over, right? As far as the 7 days. So we got 14 days in at this point. Now he said, give us 7 more days and we'll show you even more. It says, and it came to pass when all the people saw that the 7 days were past, and I not come again unto the city, they gathered them all together from the least unto the greatest, and came unto me and said, what have we offended thee? What have we offended thee? And what evil have we done against thee, that thou forsakest us and sittest here in this place? For all the prophets thou only art left us as a cluster of the vintage, and as a candle in a dark place, and as a haven or ship preserved from the tempest? Are not the evils which are come to us sufficient? If thou shalt forsake us, how much better had it been for us if we also had been burned in the midst of Zion? For we are not better than they that died there. And they leapt with a loud voice. So, our people, right? Sheep without a shepherd, right? Ezra was away for a little bit, right? Had to do some personal one-on-one with the Most High, right? As leaders do, then and now, right? Some time to kind of reflect and consider. But the people didn't really know why he was out there, right? And then, without really knowing why, sometimes somebody may do something or say something. Your heart can fancy all types of stuff, right? And they're saying, "Man, you let this out there to dry. It's just like out there was like sheep with the wolves that can get us, right? We should have just been burnt in Babylon, right? How are we going to come back here?" And then our leader Ezra, with our particular group of Israelites, he just abandoned us, right? So they're feeling abandoned.
So these 7 days, he didn't fast, right? I think this is the second set of 7 days that he did not fast.
Did not or did?
Did not. Yeah, on this one, I don't think he fasts.
Oh, so it's only for 2 weeks? Because it's just, I think in verse 39 it just says and wait.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I was gonna touch on that when we got to that next thing, because I think in verse 51, just like before in verse 9, it says that he ate the flowers of the field and had his meat of the herbs. I think it says that in verse 51.
Right.
So that was like the other section.
Hmm?
That was like it was for the previous time he did it, right?
Yeah, like what was that?
Chapter 9
Right.
and 24.
Mm-hmm.
Reminiscent of Daniel chapter 10 too, right? Where it says he had a period where he didn't eat any sweet bread. I think it says, I'm not sure how it's worded exactly, but something to that effect. So, not a fast, but a diet. You'll call it a lean, mean diet. Mean meaning like not mean, but like mean as far as like little, sparse. Right. So it says in verse 45 towards the end, he's going to answer them, right? It says in verse 46, "Be of good comfort, O Israel, and be not heavy, thou house of Jacob. For the highest hath you in remembrance, and the mighty hath not forgotten you in temptation. As for me, I have not forsaken you, neither am I departed from you, but am come unto this place to pray for the desolation of Zion, and that I might seek mercy for the low estate of your sanctuary. And now go your way home every man, and after these days I will come unto you." Right? So just reassuring them, okay, I got these 7 more days. I need to be shown something else. But I kind of need this this personal time. Right? Just consider it, be patient. And after this time that I'm shown whatever I need to be shown of God, then I'll come into you again. And you see how like he's doing it, and he's not really like scolding them, He's being patient with them, right? He's trying to comfort them. He's not even boasting about like, "Oh, you don't know. Most High set me aside and showed me this, that, and the third." He's not even going into detail about it, right? He's just telling them, "Don't worry, it'll be all right. I'm just going to do this thing, and then at a certain time, I'll come back. So just sit tight." I don't want to quote Trump. Trump was the famous thing he said. Everybody got mad about for the Capitol riots. Stand back and stand by. He told him, stand back and stand by, just but for another reason, though. Righteous reason, not that. But it just popped in my head. Of course, everybody's trying to guess at what he meant by that. But it says, "Go your way home, every man, and after these days will I come unto you." It says, so the people went their way into the city, like as I commanded them. It says, "But I remained still in the field 7 days. as the angel commanded me, and did eat only those in those days of the flowers of the field, and had my meat of the herbs. So, like you mentioned, I mentioned fast, but technically it's not a fast. To link with that verse 51, you can link 12 and 51 with chapter 9 and verse 24. He did it the first time. So 2 Esdras 9:24, it says, "But go into a field of flowers where no house is builded, and eat only the flowers of the field. Taste no flesh, drink no wine, but eat flowers only. And I pray unto the highest continually, when then will I come and talk with thee." All right. And then the verse in Daniel. Daniel chapter 10. So Daniel chapter 10 and verse 1, it says, once again, Daniel chapter 10, verse 1. In the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a thing was revealed unto Daniel, whose name was called Belteshazzar. Right? The thing was true, but the time appointed was long. And he understood the thing and had understanding of the vision. In those days I, Daniel, was mourning 3 full weeks. I ate no pleasant bread, neither came flesh nor wine in my mouth, neither did I anoint myself at all, till 3 whole weeks were fulfilled. And it says, in the 4th and 20th day of the 1st month, as I was by the side of the great river, which is Hiddekel, then I lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, a certain man clothed in linen, whose loins were girded with the fine gold of Uphaz, going into when he was shown a vision of the Christ. But I just care about verses 1 to 3. That's good to read, though. But just to link what we're talking about, Daniel 10, verses 1 to 3. So it said, not sweet bread, but pleasant bread. But yeah, similar. Just with Ezra, he did this was revisited in doses after each 7-day period. He was visited from Uriel, whereas with Daniel, he did it kind of in one stop, and then the angel came. But you see the same time period as far as the 3 weeks in the diet of flowers. Interesting. So we've come to the end of that. We went into the key points and provided some detail, some garnishings, but we touched on the key points of the vision as far as the 12 Caesars, and then the lesser emperors that came after that, as well as the 3 heads. So hopefully that was interesting. Hopefully that was engaging. Something you can kind of think about and consider. Even look into certain times in history and see other things you might find as you read up on those things even more, as far as those different Caesars. You might have heard some of their names. You might want to look at them and say, okay, why does it say that, Augustus, his time was going to be better than the rest? Why does it make a weird, why does it talk about when it came to Vespasian, with his thing? Why was it that some of them ruled together, but not by themselves? Well, they were there, but they didn't have any power, even though they were, there in the rulership. All things we saw being made mention of those specific specific feathers, right? It might be something you might want to look into or look up, say on Wikipedia for starters, and then maybe seek out other primary sources that might go into more detail behind those and see what you may find, right? Because that's pretty much how that spirit of knowledge and spirit of prophecy works. But hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully that was edifying, as it was for us. And we'll make an end here, unless someone else has any other questions or comments, things they want to go into, or things they want to bring up. Kind of makes me want to go into Daniel chapter 11 again, kind of see if we can refine that more, kind of pinpoint, we understand that the major points, but see how much we can kind of flesh out as far as that skeleton, the king of the north, the king of the south, this chapter kind of makes you think of Daniel chapter 11 too, and going into that, breaking that down further. Oh, right, con. So hold on. Okay, Dwada. So next Friday sundown, it's going to be, which is the 13th of sundown. It's going to be the 8th new moon. So the beginning of the 8th month. So we got to enjoy the 7th month and all the different festivities that fell within it. As we know, it's like the high holy month, right? We got the most holy days within it, as well as the Day of Atonement, and all the gravity that it carries, right, falls within the 7th month. So yeah, we're coming into the 8th month a week from today. So Friday sundown. So when we keep the class on the Friday night, just be prepared to keep it as a feast, and still prepare as far as get all the things you need to make a feast that day. But try to buy the things before the sun goes down Friday. That way, all you have to do is just cook on that new moon / Sabbath. You won't have to go out and buy anything. But yeah, so it'll be a Sabbath. It'll be a new moon too, which means the new moon rules are applied to where you'll be able to cook on that Sabbath. Kind of like we did last Sabbath, weekly Sabbath, when it fell during the feast week. So since it's a new moon and it's a Sabbath, we'll be able to cook next Friday sundown, which will be the beginning of the weekly Sabbath as well as the new moon. And I know for some brothers that kind of get caught up in that doctrine where they say, the new moon begins the week. It's like, I guess there'll be a scenario where you say, okay, maybe that it might be that in this case, but it won't always be that way. Just from looking at the sky and counting 7 days, the new moon will not always be the beginning of the week, just based on, or just from observation, we can see that's not the case. All right, so no other comments or questions. I'll say Shashabath, also Brakatiyah by Shimi Hawashah, La Rucha Kodash. I think I see Brother Daniel Davis or Yakazakala. I'll say a happy Sabbath to you too. I think I greeted everyone else in the beginning that dialed in. And thank you for hanging in there, guys. And it was kind of longer than usual today. I saw the numbers kind of go up like around 1:30, 2 o'clock, and then they started to teeter off a little bit because I think our usual time frame is 2 to 3 hours. So we went a little over talking about this and pulling out different understandings and breakdowns and historical references and things like that. Thanks for hanging in there. Enjoy the rest of your Sabbath until the sundown, wherever that may be, wherever you may be at. And with that, we'll do the closing prayers. So, Shar Shabbat Yasharala. We'll talk to you this upcoming week as far as the Tuesday and Friday class. So, let me do those final salutations before we do the prayers. So, at the bottom, I'm going to post our teleconference line, which is here, when it is, as far as what day, what time, as well as the number to call, as well as the access code to get in. And then we have this here, which is the website you can go to as well. So you can listen in. You can also watch on Profitable Talks. All you have to do is just download the Zoom app on your phone and just go to your web browser on your phone and just put in this website. And then it'll pull up the Zoom app. It'll just ask you to, connect. If you do Wi-Fi or cellular, just do the one that's appropriate. If you're on a Wi-Fi, just hit Wi-Fi. But I think they're all combined into one button. So just click that button. And then make sure you just tell it to access your video and phone. Your video won't come on right away, but your audio will. So you can mute the audio and mute the video. But as long as you just click yes, you shouldn't have any issues with being either seen or heard. Also, if you want to make a donation, say for the holy day we just had, or for a free will offering, or just paying your tithes, if you're a regular member with us, here's our address. If you want to send in a check or money order, right? So that's our address at 3826B Germantown Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19130. And then we also have a PayPal that you can reach out to, which is here, as well as a Cash App, paypal.me/HYK12, as well as Ha Kanas on Cash App. So we could be reached there as well if you wanted to make a donation to the school. So those are those details. So with that, again, we'll say a Shar Shabbat. And with that, we'll do the closing prayers. Always a pleasure. Oh, and also for folks that are still listening in before we do the prayers, I forgot to mention next Sabbath, 1 Kings 7 and 8. We did 5 and 6 last time. Barakate Yahweh by Shemi Hawashai, Asherat, and Anal, Pari Agapan, Thawada Aman. La Yahweh by Shemi Hawashai, Yashrala. English translation. Blessing. Oops. Yeah. All right. Blessing are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panua Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahweh Shai,
Yahushua,
Babakushai,
Yahushua,
Shemai,
Shammai,
Lanawa,
Lanawa,
Aita,
Aita,
Yamyan,
Yamyan,
Aita,
Aita,
Shalak,
Shalak,
Mike Allah,
Micah, Allah,
Waha Allahayim,
Alahayim,
Tazwadakim,
Tazadakim,
La,
La,
Shemar Io,
Shemaiah,
Barak,
Barak,
Rapah,
Rapha,
Magun,
Magan,
Wa Chazayak,
Wakaziah,
Banya,
Banya,
Yasha'Allah,
Yasha'Allah,
Wa Shalak,
Washalak,
Lanawa,
Lanawa,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Kakama,
Takama,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Da'ait,
Da'ai,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Bayanah,
Bayanah,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Sabalanwath,
Sabalanwa,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Amawan,
Amawan,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Aqua,
Aqua,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Ahabiim,
Ahabi,
Rabiim,
Rabi,
Haganah,
Haganah,
Rochanaya,
Rochanaya,
Wasalak,
Wasalat,
Kal,
Kal,
Katayamnawa,
Katayimnawa,
La Akim,
La'akim,
Wa Akiwa,
Wa'akiwa,
Wayasha'Allah,
Wayasha'Allah,
Tamyad,
Tamyad,
Waiwalam,
Waiwalam,
Ba'asham,
Ba'asham,
Yahawashai,
Yahushua,
the water,
the water,
Aman.
Aman.
English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'ashem,
Ba'ashem,
Yahweh Shai,
Yahushua,
Barak Nawa,
Barak Nawa,
Wayasha'Allah,
Wayasha'Allah,
Wabatya Saparim,
Wabatya Saparim,
Shema,
Shema,
Yasharallah, Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Allahoi Nawa,
Yahweh,
Yahweh, Achai. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So that will say a Shar Shabbat once again. Happy Sabbath day. Most High's will talk to everybody in the upcoming Tuesday class. Enjoy the rest of your Sabbath, Israel. Shalom. Continue to watch and pray as the prophecies happen day by day.